There I am. I forgot to hit unmute. I always mute my microphone just in case. Felicitations, my family of fledglings and ghosts. It's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to another time zone with Damien Halme, disruptor professionnel. I don't think that's a word, professionnel. I'm just making it sound French, but it's probably not. And wouldn't you know it, Instagram is effing up again. Why? Why is this one particular streaming platform doing so poorly? Let's go back to live video. Okay, I see me working over there now, but I swear this particular app, I don't know what it is. We were doing very poorly for a while, and then I thought we had a future together, and now I feel like things are going really south fast. Really south fast. Is that a thing? It's not doing well. It's not doing well. Hello. It's good to see you. I've been looking forward to tonight all week since this time last week, actually. I was so upset that we had to quit when we did. I went over by maybe more than an hour, and it was really, really time for me to go to bed. And it's a Troa. And look at that. Would you look at that? It's working. And Kara, take a look. I think I fixed the bot. Oh, I'm so happy. You have no idea how happy I am. Oh, I looked into all of the integrated. You have a custom message and a custom trigger to bring me to the custom message in my bot. So there's like two different places I have to sort of look and make sure that everything's cohesive. Did a little bit of research. Looked like there was a disparity in one particular aspect of the code. Messed with the code a bit. Crossed my fingers. And I was like, all right, when I go live tonight, this is the time I'm going to figure out. Does Kara get the message that we talked about? Does everything work correctly? Haley, hello. I didn't think you were going to be here tonight, and here you are. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, let me catch up with chat properly. Back up a little bit. Hi, low. Hello, Corruptional. You're here so early. I'm not busy this time. Woohoo. I'm excited. I'm glad you're here so early. Been looking forward to watching. I'm so looking forward to what we end up uncovering or discovering tonight. Yeah. That means you're really enjoying this game. I really am enjoying this game. It lures you into this sense of, what's the word I'm looking for? Just, so what I feel the Mother games did right was give you a group full of kids, and you sort of explore the world as kids and see the world in curious, unfiltered, running around and exploring sort of eyes. I feel like adults are jaded and have limitations as to how they see the world, and kids don't have all of these inhibitions. And so I feel like the Mother series of games, always focusing on making a group of kids that run around and explore, is a smart idea. Especially, I mean, for a video game, you want kids to play as kids. You don't want kids to play as adults all the time. And I feel like a lot of other game series focused on kids being adults too soon. I don't know. It didn't seem necessarily like the right choice. Mother, the Mother series did a good job, and OMORI so far has been kid centric, so I really like that. And for them to then add the weird dynamic, I think we all know what we're talking about. What differentiates the OMORI child from the other children, I think is great. I think it's fantastic, and I'm sitting on razor blades. I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to see how this all plays out. And right now, we're in a subquest where I am not Omori. I'm not in that world with all those kids. I'm doing something completely different. I'm on a different character who I've named after myself, which is stupid because then I get extra invested in my character's journey because it's named after me. And I've done that so far with every freaking mother game. I name every main character after me for some stupid reason. But I'm really curious to see what these two storylines do with each other. It kind of reminds me of the Game Boy Advance Castlevanias. There's one of them that has, I think it might have been the first Game Boy Advance Castlevania, that has two worlds, a world A and a world B, that link in unusual ways. It was like Dracula's castle in two different dimensions. And when you learn about one dimension of the castle, you learn important information that can help you with the other dimension, but not all the way. It doesn't give you all the information, which is interesting. Yeah, it feels similar to that. Bum, 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 bum. So that means you're enjoying this game. What do you like most about it? The thing that I like about Omori so far the most is the game feels very innocent, childlike, and playful and fun. And there's a dark aspect, a dark undercurrent to the whole game. The Omori character has issues. And I love that. I don't know that I was necessarily that kid growing up, but there's just something about that dynamic that's particularly juicy. I feel like a lot of games, especially a lot of JRPG sort of games, I can't save a game I haven't even started. Okay, I will do a self-care. I promise I won't. Thank you for the I haven't even started anything, but thank you for the self-care. I will do some stretches and hydration, posture check, the whole shebang. I like the nuance where the game wants to give you a playful, fun, whimsical, kid-based journey. Everybody's excited and interested in learning new things. Good to see you, Toady. And yet there's something up with Omori. There's something weird with his brain. He's different than everybody else. Everyone coheres to the game's color palette, and Omori is all black and white and refuses to cohere. And in some ways, that feels like me. In a lot of situations where I was called upon to be participant, hey, we're all going to go do this. Hey, the whole group is going to participate in this. Let's all do this together. There was an internal voice screaming inside of me that says, don't do this. Don't join. Don't participate. Don't be part of the masses. I don't know if anybody else feels that way or felt that way. But for me, cohesion, especially social cohesion, was really, it would buck against my very core. I really disliked it. I did not want to be a sheep. I didn't want to do what everybody else was doing at the same time. I never wanted to participate and join my efforts to everybody else. And so I feel some camaraderie with Omori so far. 3 days in a row. Oh no. Troa, if you mention the stream streak, I feel like it's going to break again. I apologize, but I'm just imagining that the blue flowers overlay with the piano music over an image of something absurd like uranium 235 or something. It's just for my for the folks that have helped me create my community and generate what's the word I'm looking for? The forward momentum to me becoming a full-time content creator, up until I think the very end of 2023 and starting in 2014. Well, hello. All of those folks. Yes. All of those folks I consider the ghosts. Everyone after that is a fledgling. But the ghosts are sort of like my founder community. And the founders are eligible for having their own custom welcome messages. It's just part of their perks. So they get that set up because they are cool, and they're the reason why I continue to grow and develop this into a business and something that will hopefully pay for me running the household. That would be lovely if this could actually, put food in the girls' bellies and clothes on their backs and pay all of the bills. That would be perfection. So we'll see. We'll see how it do. Yeah. So that's just Troa's special intro. That's almost enough to assuage the Teddy wishing you happy Father's Day for the fur babies, or what? The daddy thing in the gay community. I didn't get the memo. Yeah, I'd imagine 1, so you're father to the plants, and 2, you're father to the puppos. So, in some ways, I understand the paternal instinct that maybe Teddy is referencing, but besides that, it's kind of confusing. Why wouldn't I be here tonight? Granted, I am playing some solo repo for now and waiting for the kids to go to bed. Interesting. How's solo repo? How does that feel? Repo is very much like antics. You throw a bunch of people together and it creates chaos and confusion. So without all of that, does it feel too cut and dry? I'm just curious. Well, 1, why would you play it solo? It's not like you gain experience points or I don't know, like you don't specialize or develop your character or gain experience or anything like that. So what's the draw to playing it solo? Okay, All Might, I don't understand. Hello, everybody who's joining. I see a lot of. I love that people are using the ghost emoji as sort of like a hello. By the way, I wasn't sure. I added it to the emoji list. I've already made this ghost part of my merchandise, so you can buy the ghost shirt. But and it's sort of like a 1930s, 1940s animation style ghost. So I wasn't quite sure who would be excited about it. And when I added it as an emoji, I thought to myself, what is the ghost going to symbolize? Like, what emotion? When you use an emoji, it's usually to get a point across, right? What the hell is just like a random ghost with its arms up going to tell people? No freaking clue. But I did it anyway because I was like, I have the slots. I have an empty slot to add a static emoji. Why not do the ghost? It's a good one, and it's already on merch. So I did it. So I'm curious what you guys feel about using that particular ghost as an emoji. What's the vibe? Why do you want to use it? Speaking of stream streak, it must have broke again. Last night said 19, and I thought it was 20. Well, apparently it was 20, and today is 21. I will tell you that Twitch's official stance on the stream streak subroutine that they have for their platform is basically in a beta. So if you even report anything, I think Troa found this out by reporting, like, hey, my stream streak keeps resetting and doing weird stuff, and what's going on? Is there a problem with your infrastructure? They were like, thank you for doing our stream streak beta with us. Continue to report how it's going for you. And they weren't really overt about the fact that they weren't ready to release this, but it's got problems. So you shouldn't expect it to work right, is the answer, according to Twitch. I love you're explaining all of your thoughts, and all I'm gonna say is this game is perfect for you. So far, I'm loving OMORI. I really am. Yeah. Hello, Sans. Welcome back. When are you gonna set up my custom message? Wait. Did you DM me? DM me. For some reason in my brain right now, or my tonight brain, because it's been a day, I don't remember exactly what you wanted to have set up that StreamerBot welcomes you to. Send me a DM on Discord. That's going to be the best way for me to keep track of it. And then I'll add it to my to-do list. And tomorrow is a do chores. And when I'm done with chores, I can do some admin day. So I'll take a look at it tomorrow. Yeah. I'm the only one on YouTube from my perspective right now. Damn. That means the YouTube algorithm is I don't know if it's shadow banning. It's just not promoting me to enough people just yet. Well, for one, I'm glad you're there, because then as long as one person is in YouTube, it will inspire or hopefully the algorithm will send other people my way as well. So I appreciate you being on YouTube. Stuart says, I feel like I'm on my own level. What does that mean? But call me what you want. I usually call you Stuart. I hope that's okay. It feels awful. Oh, being alone in repo. It's so scary. I play solo so that I can build up some saves that are just, I think you mean pure chaos for us to goof off in if we ever want to. That sounds fun. Honestly, I wouldn't mind just jumping into a horrible nightmare level. Stuart Muffin? I'm sorry, Stuart. That's your new name. Stuart Muffin. Stuart Muffin's the main character. The D Ghost is amazing. Does it have a name? It does not. Do you guys want to help me name my loyalty ghost? Because I think that would be a great thing. To me, it is haha spooky, and I feel like I always bring spooky to anywhere I go. Honestly, that's me and Oz. We are the spooky people in our town, in our county, and everywhere we go, we meet people, and we're like, oh, like everybody who meets us is like, oh, there's that couple that likes like bats, and they dress in all black, and they're just a little bit spoopy. We're not trying to like scare anybody, and we're not trying to gain attention. We just happen to like dark things. We like the moon. We like bats. We like witchy vibes. There's just an aesthetic about us, and it makes us comfortable. And honestly, when we connect with other people, it's usually because they're so wanting or craving that, and they don't see it around them, that when they see us and our family, they're like, oh, thank God there's somebody else in our area that's like us, or that at least seems cool. We've even had compliments or connection to people that are more normative of presentation, and just wear t-shirts, jeans, and seem like just Walmart and Target sort of clothes kind of people. And when they meet us, it's like we've unlocked something in them. They're like, oh my God, it's so good to see that there are people like you in our area. That feels good. That feels really good to be that for somebody else. The character All Might's catchphrase is "I am here." I don't know who All Might's is. What's that from? It has so many problems. What has so many problems? They tried to spin it like it was the lucky winner of bad programming. It was a little nauseating. I hate that Twitch does stuff half-baked, and then after you complain about it, they're like, oh, thanks for being in our beta. You didn't mention it was a beta, twitch.tv. So don't go talking like it's half-baked when we all believe that it is a full-fledged feature of your platform. I feel like they hide behind certain jargon to make sure you don't lose faith in Amazon or whatever. On my own level, not ghost or fledgling. I guess so. I would call you a ghost because you're part of the foundational reason why we continue to stream. But I'm not ready to create new titles besides those two. Those two are enough, I guess I should say. Do you like the moon because it is close to us, but not so much as a spoon because it's no use for eating soup? I tried to use the moon to eat soup once, and it didn't work because it was too far away. So I do like spoons better. Oz really subscribes to spoon theory. Me, not so much. But I like the moon because it's interesting to me how the different moon phases do seem to affect personalities and proclivities of people. And I've always been curious if there's something about the tidal shifts of the planet that are influenced by the moon's gravity, that maybe they cause some sort of influential effect on people's personalities or how we express ourselves, our demeanor, something like that. It's a curious thing. So I like the moon because of its mystery. Does it really influence us or not? Yeah. Special flavored muffin. Yikes. I think mentioned stream streaks being buggy has reset mine. Oh no. I looked like 10 minutes ago and I was at 6. Now I'm down to 1. Yeah, Toady, don't worry about it. It's just Twitch being dumb. It has a dumb. As long as you turn on certain mods from that list, you're always welcome to join me. Playing solo also allows me to play around with more of the mods without worrying about who has them or not, and if they'll have problems when some of them are enabled. If you always keep me updated with your latest mod code, because there's a code you can put into Gale, right? And then that allows me to catch up to your current mod setup, then I will always keep up with whatever you put in latest. I have my own article in Notion. Notion is like my backup brain. If you don't know the platform, go check it out. It's interesting. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but they're pretty cool. I have a Haley repo mod code article where I keep your mod import codes just so I can keep up. Yeah. Jim, hello and welcome. We name characters after ourselves because it's a habit built in childhood and we don't bother to grow out of it. I feel like when I was young, I would name characters after other fantasy characters, and it felt kind of weird. Like, I remember playing an online RPG when I was young, pretty young, and they're like, "What do you want to name your character?" And I was like, "I don't know. I'll name him after Aragorn from Lord of the Rings, but I don't like Aragorn per se. So maybe I'll name him Strider," which was his like ranger nickname. So I went by the nickname Strider online. That might have been my very first online. Risa!
Risa inspires you just subscribed. Damien41 Ghost, Damien41 Ghost, Damien41 Ghost, Damien41 Ghost, Damien41 Ghost, Damien41 Ghost.
Thank you, text to speech. You did. Well, you did something, didn't you? That nerd emoji guy. Yes, I'm still reading your messages. Let me make sure that they're actually popping up in my main stream. Do you know what? I don't see you in my chat combiner. I hate that. But I deliberately pulled up a separate window thinking that if that nerd emoji guy messages me in this stream, I need to make sure that it's showing up even if it doesn't pull up in my chat combiner special thingy. So I can see your messages, yes. I just want you to know, yes, I can see your messages. I'm also catching up on other chats, so apologies. but your chat will not show up on the widget, and I don't know why. Or if it did, I don't know why. I'm still doing a lot of tech support for my own channel. Yeah. Okay. How far back do we need to go to catch up with everybody? Where did we leave off? Wow, I back scrolled far too far back. Do we already read this? I think I did. Yeah. Haley says, I get to play with more valuables mods and shrinker cart and the extraction confirmation point. So I can put all the big things in the cart. I have Pokemon and Zelda valuables, and I can just pile things into the extraction without worrying about it finishing before I'm ready. Wow. That's a lot of mods. Also, All Might is from My Hero Academia. Yeah, I don't have bases of knowledge of that IP. On paper, it sounds like a super boring and generic superhero, but in action is one of the coolest characters in the entire show. Okay, interesting. BBIAB, gonna go grab the foods. Please, when you come back, Troa, let us know what you're eating. Oh, wait, emoji guy. Your message did come up in my chat combiner. My eyes must have just missed it, but I see it. I see it here. I can read your messages. My chat combiner is working properly. I'm so happy. I hope you are too. I'll always post a new code whenever I add more mods. I haven't added anything since I sent it to you. I just enable or disable the ones that might break for others whenever we play. Sounds good. I hated my name as a kid, so I never named any of them after myself. I don't think I did either. My name was, I don't know. I feel like so many people see the name Damien and they think, like, I've heard this a million times. Like, oh, like the kid from The Omen? Are you like creepy? Do you like horror stuff? And the fact is, I did. But when you hear a million people hear Damien and they immediately think of the kid from The Omen and like, oh, that's a creepy name. Oh, why would your parents name you that? Oh, it reminds me of that kid from The Omen. You hear that a million times and I feel like it imprints on you. And so with a lot of people, I used my first and middle name and just went by DJ, or I would just go by D for a number of people. Now, if you already had a D in your life, you probably wouldn't want to call me D. But if you don't usually use single letter nicknames for some reason, and I did not choose this. In fact, I bulk against, is that the right word? I argue that if you choose a nickname and tell people, hey, this is the name I want to go by, it's a cute, fun nickname, that's not good. Nicknames should come from external sources every time. You should always get a nickname. You should always receive a nickname from other people. Oh, you know what you are? You're so obsessed with blah, blah, blah. This is going to be your nickname. And then other people sort of like half bully, half playfully call you a new name. And then it just sticks because it's fun. That should be a nickname. Nobody should ever get to choose your own nickname. I think it's cringe, honestly, or edgelord. But for me, different disparate friend groups all seemed to agree to call me D, even more so than DJ. So I answer by D in a number of different social circles. Don't know how it happened, but it just happened that way. I'm sorry for everybody else whose name also starts with a D, who now in those social groups cannot go by the nickname D because I've stolen it from you. But apparently people like to call me D and everybody else has to be called by their full name. Don't know why, but that's how it do. Didn't know that text-to-speech would happen on the ghosts. Yeah, the text-to-speech is weird about emoji. It's really, it works best when you're going to resub or sub for the first time, just typing in a real text message, but it's still funny to have it here or to hear it do the emoji callouts. So I think it's good. I ended up changing my legal name. Really? I'm curious to know, but I don't want you to mention it on stream. But that's interesting. I personally want to know, and I also don't want you to dox yourself. So I'd be really curious if you're comfortable sharing that in like DMs or something. I'd be interested to know what you changed from and what you changed to, and the why behind it. Sometimes I forget D is a nickname. It's weird, yeah, right? Like it's just one letter in my name, happens to be the first letter, and everybody seems to be defaulting to just calling me D, which I'm fine with. I'm comfortable with. I just feel bad for anybody else who uses that or whose parents use that as the first letter of their name too. That if I'm your default D, they cannot be. And so you have to call them something else. What I should have done before I started streaming is go take a bio break. So I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'm going to use my BRB screen. Hopefully my BRB clip shout out thing will work. So bear with me while I pull that up. Actually, I think it's been wigging out and I haven't fixed it. So now that I think about it, this one's probably going to wig out too. Sorry. You're going to see a wigged out BRB screen. It's going to go to BRB and then it's going to start playing clips and it's going to go to like a black screen. And then in the center, it's going to start playing clips, but that's not what I wanted. I don't know how to fix that yet. Anyway, BRB, because I gotta go use the restroom. Bye.
Fucking love you, Damien. Legend.
Yeti, how's your Russian going?
Kirby just sneezed herself off of the stream, by the way.
Sneezed?
Yeah, I almost I would kind of love I would kind of love a clip. Can somebody can somebody clip that?
Yeah,
There's no audio, but the video was just like. You could break a hip. You could and may break a hip, especially if you are able to bear children. Every child you bear takes a little bit of the calcium out of your bones, and it's that much easier to break a bone from just standing to falling on the floor. All right, PSA over. That's my big thing. All right, let's help her up. Let's help Alma.
She must have fallen while getting off the commode.
Obviously. Goddamn dredging tool.
Hey, there's a note wedged in here.
Indy, I know you'll find this sooner or later.
What?
The Nazis have kidnapped me.
What?
They must have found something because it looks like we're leaving soon.
What?
Hurry, I need your help.
Why is there a note in this?
Signed Sophia.
Yeah. Did this seriously just happen? Did this seriously just happen? Sophia. You put your note in a shovel, Sophia. Okay. All right. What are we going to do? All right. Sophia. You know, honestly, as somebody who's looking to turn this into a business, I would follow those kind of footsteps where I would just try to look for whatever maximizes my profits. Except I would hate myself at the end of the night. I would actually tear myself apart. I couldn't just take my money and like rub it against my face and feel better. So I've got to follow a different sort of policy for me.
Once again, rage bait works.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still engagement, whether you fucking hate it or you fucking love it.
It's true. Well, if you ever see me raging 5 years from now, I'll tell you today, a tacit agreement. I did it for the money and not because I'm actually a ragey person.
If anybody wants it.
I don't even remember that particular clip. Some clips happen on the DL. They don't post it in chat, and I have no idea what it was that was clipped. That's interesting. But it's true. There are certain things I would probably do for money just to grow the channel that are not indicative of my personality or my drives, my values and virtues. But when we get to the place where I am protective of my children's interests and development, and the house is taken care of, bellies are full of food, new clothes are on kids' backs, at that point, I will go back to my values and virtues. So if you see me at some point disconnect from the things that I've said are important to me and then come back later on, it was so that I could at least get financial stability. And then I will hold true to my values and virtues, if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, I paused the game here. I froze the game here because omori does not mean anything important in Japanese. It means like great forest, but the game does not seem to be particularly tied to the forest as an entity to the story. And so I looked up omori to see if it meant anything in other languages, and Google Translate recommended that omori should be Romanian. I don't know Romanian, but when it translated it to Romanian, it said omori meant kill. And our character has already found sharp knives and used them in ways that I don't know how to say this so that the algorithm loves me, but used them in ways that creates a conclusion to one's personal story at an early phase. In other words, your life story, your history, your bloodline, your bloodlines in your body, you grab this knife, you use it in a certain way, and then that story is summarized very quickly. It ends very quickly. Can I do all of those things? Keep me from getting shadow banned across all the different platforms I stream on? I hope so. And so that thematic nuance about who omori is and how they grab knives and use them in this fashion, I am tempted to think omori is the Romanian meaning behind that word. But I also look at this. I don't know what this is. Is this a production company? What is this? It's a cat, and it looks like they have noodles. Honestly, that it says cat inside of the noodles, which is weird. But the noodle or the bowl looks like ramen or something like that. To me, it looks like ramen, and the cat's gonna eat it. And the cat's eyes say O-M-O, O-mo, the first part of omori. So now I'm thinking they just searched a bunch of different languages, and they found that in Romanian, omori means something interesting. But they were really just looking to make any word out of O-M-O, and then if there's any other additional letters, do it. Because they wanted to link it up to this cat, this particular cat emoji that we see on the screen right now. I don't know the truth of it, but that's my fan theory about it. I would say that looking up the connection between omori and what it represents could be spoiler territory. Okay, maybe I should not dive too deep. I will stop in my deep dive here and wait until I finish the game then. It's the creator's logo? Yeah, but why? Maybe I don't want to know why just yet. Maybe we play the game through first and then we'll find out. Government is looking for this might give you spoilers. Gotcha. Omocat. Yeah, that's what it says right now, right? Omocat. Which came first, the cat or the kill? New band name, The Cat or the Kill. I would definitely listen to an act called that. The Cat or the Kill sounds like they would be something like somewhere along the lines of like My Chemical Romance. And I think I would listen to that type of music. I would. I really would. Looks to me like a cat on a TV. I mean, it looks like a food bowl right in front of it right now, yeah? Cats love to sit on old TVs because they're warm, right? The creator probably has a cat, therefore logo. Yeah, 100%. Back when they were boxes. Yeah, cats, or when TV sets were boxes and they were warm, cats would like to sit on top of them, right? Okay, we're going to hit continue. Oh, confirm? A load? Yes. 5.5 hours. I've only streamed this game once, and my streams are only 5 hours long on the weekends. But we're going to do this. So, repo beta updated, and there's moon phases that make different things happen in the game now? Like in real life moon phases or in game? I'm just curious. I just got a crescent moon. Crescent means croissant. Yes, it does. Slightly addicting. What's addicting? Oh, right. I ate some food and now I'm wigging out. I don't need to save. Why is the world so wiggly? Oh, it's in-game moon phases. I don't remember which door leads to my home or my room. Hi, Damien. This is a note from mommy. Did I read this one already? Remember to brush your teeth every day. Oh, this is the bathroom. Love you. Hugs and kisses. I think you feel sick. Yeah, I do. I super do. Can I leave? You feel sick. I can't leave this room. Do I need to go to the toilet and throw up? Oh no. Because you microwaved that steak. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. D in game decided that was a thing that he was going to do with steak. I'm a pescatarian, first of all. But second of all, have I ever eaten steak in my life? Yes. Yes, I have. Have I ever eaten microwaved steak? Never. It sounds awful. All right, let's go throw up, I guess. What's happening? We did the thing. Oh, we're so much better. ... You threw up. Apparently, that was what we needed to do. So let's go back to our room and go sleep. I hear noises. I don't like noises. I just crawl back into bed. Very comfortable bed. Would you like to go to sleep? Hell yeah. I heard some weird knocking sounds, and I don't want to explore what that is. I'm already skeezed out. I got sick on microwaved steak. I'm ready to just take a nap. I do a return with Mexican food. Tell me more. What sort of Mexican food do you have? We need details, Troa. Oh. Cutscene. Cutscene, you guys. There's the ceiling fan. Hello. Everything's so dark. Do we manage a sleep? Weird stuff's happening. Welcome to White Space. I don't want to go back to White Space. You've been living here for as long as you can remember. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want to go back to White Space. White Space feels like a place where I go when I'm sick or something's not right with me. I don't like this at all. Remember what I told you before about knocking doors? True. The first one doesn't matter, but future ones do. Okay. I wasn't sure what that sound was, but I got scared and I went to bed. But thanks for remembering to remind me of that. Campechana? Wait, what's campechana? I'm not sure I remember that word. Seafood burrito sounds amazing. Fish tacos? Yes. And quesabirra tacos? Like you should still see it? Okay. Doesn't technically matter? Okay. Good. It's nice to look at everything in this game. This game has an aesthetic vibe. 100%. You booted up your laptop I really enjoy the feel of this game. What is this? This is new. This is new. Collect the keys to fill in the blanks. Incorrect keys will be discarded to the right. In the grass near a stump on a shrouded old bridge between giant pinwheels near a cast-off cartridge. I don't understand any of these. Underneath a wet pillow, within a large frame, beneath a trap door, in a lost pyre's frame, lying in a dark cell, trapped in a pink cage, in a hall of framed faces, far below a big stage, spending time with a frog. What is this? Near a game of roulette, amongst other O's, in a water closet in a small moving room at the end of a plank, within a live shell. What? In a large bubbly tank, surrounded by goo. Captured in a steel trap, in the gut of a whale at the end of a map, in a field of white snow, and past the end of the road. I'm gonna back out of that. Press U to open the hangman menu. Oh, I did it. Uh-oh. What happened? Something fell nearby. I just pressed U. I wanted the hangman menu. I'm so confused. You ask that every time. Oh, Campechana? Yeah, I guess I forget every time. I'm sorry. I'm bad at the details. Seafood soup thing that looks like a shrimp cocktail. I think I've had that before. Usually served cold. Sketchbook, take a look inside. Yes, I want to see if anything's changed. Does this all look familiar to me? So far, yes. I remember that guy. Okay, yeah, we haven't done new stuff yet. A tissue box for wiping your sorrows away. Meow? Waiting for something to happen? I'm used to you saying that. Light bulb hangs from the ceiling, wherever it is. Look into the light bulb, of course. Always say yes in games like this. It is very black. It's pitch black inside. You can't see a thing. There's something about the light bulb specifically. Okay, we heard a thunk. Oh god, it's more of those sperm people. I really don't want to be hit by the sperm. Please don't shoot. Don't you dare. Don't catch me. Okay, we're back home again. Anything up this way? Oh, it's another one. You get away from me. You creepy, weird, I don't know what you are. Don't you do it. Whatever you're about to do. All right, let's use the door, I guess. It's all good. No worries. I was laughing about it. Honestly, for as strong as my memory is, there are certain blind spots that I need constant affirmation to maybe like 5 or 6 times. I'll need to ask the same question again to get it in my brain. That's not generally the case. It's usually only for something that it's not mission critical to my life. And honestly, this particular food, not mission critical. But it might be at some point in the future. Or for some reason, I've deprioritized it, or my brain just has other things in mind. And so I have to ask and ask and ask and reinforce to make it happen. Why? It's just my neural pruning, I suppose. I mean, it's my favorite food, not yours. I mean, if I tried it, it might become my favorite food. But right now, today, my favorite food is still anything with blueberries in it. I know what I love, and that's what I love. That's very unhealthy looking sperm. These sperm look dangerous, and they really want me for some reason. And I don't want that. Happy Father's Day, big dog. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate you shouting me out. I know that there is a way to get you onto my main screen of chat. I've tried and I can't make that happen. So while you watch me on Instagram, well, that's the platform you're watching me on. I don't know how to make it happen such that your chats show up with everybody else's in the feed, for now at least. Maybe at some point in the future, I'll figure it out. But thank you, man. Appreciate your face. And I miss you. I really want to get over to your part of the world very soon. Also, do I have a way of showing timestamps here? The answer is no timestamps. Okay. A white door casts a faint shadow. What would you like to do? I thought my answer was going to be open the door, but apparently I only have the option of doing nothing. So here we go. Nothing. You stared at the door. Okay, bye. This door sucks, apparently. Get away from me, sperm. Oh, crap. I got caught by a sperm. These sperm look a lot like sporks to me because they have these weird tines on their exterior. Why that is, I don't know. Can we attack the door from a different angle? I just want to leave, really. A white door casts a faint shadow. What would you like to do? Nothing. Stare at the door? Sure. My computer? Anything fun here? Collect the keys to fill in the blank. Incorrect keys will be discarded to the right. Should I try to do these? This is a hangman. A, B, C, D. Should I type A? B, C? Nothing's happening. Enter. Doesn't do a thing. Moving to the right. Typing any letter. Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, so I think it's to play the hangman game, but it's not actually working. Tissue box. Yeah, waiting for something to happen. I am waiting for something to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Do I need to be caught by the sperm a few times first? Is that the answer? Do I need to stare at the black light bulb a few times? Yes. Oh, yeah. That's good stuff right there. It's pitch black inside. I know. It's beautiful. It's a blissful thing. Shall we follow the line? And it disappears. Oh, get away from me. You too. Okay. Waiting for something to happen. I think I am. I think it belongs in here. Enter. Spacebar. Right. Tab. Nothing. No keys on the keyboard. Incorrect key. Collect the keys to fill in the blank. Hangman. Do I need H first to spell hangman? In a lost pyre's flame. I'm pressing all sorts of keys to see if there's like a hidden key to make this happen. But the answer is, I think, not. Oh, FPS 60? I didn't know what I did. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing there. Sketchbook again? Sure. Looks like the same stuff so far. Uh-oh. How do I turn off the FPS? I turned it on, which is fine. I don't want it, though. Collect the keys to fill in the blanks. That's interesting. I did that by pressing V. And I can do that even if I'm not looking at the computer. But how would I ever do any of these in the white space? MS? Oh, there we go. F2. F2 did it. Give the FPS counter a smiley face and little limbs or something. I mean, if it's gonna be a hangman thing, yeah, let's give it a body, right? Rip FPS counter 2025 to 2025. I know I killed it. I killed it. All right, I'm gonna keep going. I know we're in ads, but I really want to figure out what the heck is happening. It's all the same things. We're just caught in white space. Okay, this is the same stuff. It has to be this hangman game, I think. So, how do we... Z, Y, X, V... I don't know how to trigger these. If you do want hints, I can be the official hinter again. I really appreciate the way that you hint because you don't just lead me to the answer. So I'll let you know. I'm going to try a few things. Maybe I should get caught by some of these sperm first and see how it do. There's no clear indication as to exactly how to tackle this. So I'm just going to try lots and lots of teleports. These guys really like to just get you right back to center again. And then sketchbook has to be from the bottom or the sides, I guess. Same stuff. All the same stuff. It's fine. Sketchbooks is not changing. Tissues not changing. Kitty is not changing. Laptop not changing. Incorrect keys will be discarded to the right. I feel like this means like keys on the keyboard. Whoops. And yet, when I press all the different keys on the keyboard, I'm trying like everything on the keyboard right now. Just for shiggles. I feel like nothing is actually happening. Whoa, what had to... Oh, whoops. Did the wrong thing. I started to open a screenshot. Screenshot taken. Escape. Oh, wait. I know how to get rid of that. Typing everything. Nothing. Okay. No idea. There's no interfacing with this menu. I took another screenshot that I did not mean to. Wait a second. I thought escape was the way out of this menu, and now escape is not working. That's... Or not escape, sorry, backspace. If backspace doesn't work, how do I get out of this? Collect the keys to fill in the blanks. I have no incorrect keys, so that's a problem. I really wish I would see incorrect keys showing up on the right. It would look like progress, right? You're great at it. I would say Kara's like the best hint giver, because I feel like if there's one thing I don't like, it's having the hint basically streamline you into doing exactly what you need to do. Whereas a good hint makes you think, I have a few options. Let me try this. Let me try this. Let me try that. And you see what works and what doesn't. You experiment based on the hint. Let me take another quick bio break. I drank so much water at dinner. I really did. I drank 3 refills of a full glass of water of my own. And then I asked Oz while we were sitting at dinner, because we went out to a restaurant. I was like, hey, I don't want to ask the server to refill my drink a 4th time or a 3rd time to get four drinks. I was like, can I just finish drinking your water? And she's like, yeah, I'm basically done. And so I drank so much water before I started the stream. And I think that P buff works well for PvP games. It does not work well for puzzle games. So I will be right back. My burrito's falling apart. I mean, sweet, more tacos. You know, here's the thing. I'll say this and then I'll go take my bio break. I used to go to this place that made great sopes. If you don't know what a sope is, it's basically like masa, which is like a rough corn flour turned into a thick, doughy, bready circle, like bread, but circular, like a tortilla, but really, really thick, and tastes a lot like corn, basically, or like savory corn. And so you get one of those circles, these sope, like, you know, base, and then you put your meat and your cheese and your lettuce and tomato and salsas and everything on top of that. And it's kind of like a tostita, or toast. Is that the right word? That's not the right word. It's like having hardened tortilla with all that stuff on top. What is that called? Why am I drawing a blank on that word? Definitely not. Tostada. Yeah. Jeez. I speak fluent Spanish and I draw a blank on these stupid words. It's like a tostada, but without the tortilla, you have this like thick masa corn flour, breaded, round, circular thing. And what I would do is I would order chips and I would order sopes and I would eat the sopes over top of the chips, so that everything that fell off of my sopes became like toppings for my chips, basically like ad hoc nachos. And so I'd get sopes and then nachos, even though I didn't order the nachos, because so much stuff would fall off the stupid sopes. It was really good, honestly. Yeah. Sopes are basically really thick corn tortillas. Yeah, but like really thick. I don't, when you say thick corn tortillas, I think people just think like maybe 3 to 5 times thick, but they're like an inch, not an inch. That's too much. They're like half an inch thick. It's more like bread, but made out of corn. It's different. It's not like a tortilla at all. It's very, very thick. Yeah. Sometimes they'll have the meat or cheese inside of them. I've never had that, but I want to try. I don't necessarily like pizza with like stuffed crusts, but I wonder how a sope with the cheese inside would be. You say sope is funny? Sope? Sope. How do you say sope? I mean, I speak Spanish, so how would you pronounce that? I don't like that style of sope where the toppings are too full so that it falls off. The ones I get a little blown. Wait, let me read that again. The ones I get a blown up little bubble. What? It's a thin shell? That's not a sope. If it's thin, it's not a sope. The thick part is only on the bottom. That seems weird to me. They're comparable to an English muffin in size? Yeah. It's basically the thickness of an English muffin all along the bottom, like a hockey puck, really. If you want to, like, I played a lot of street hockey. So to me, I think about a hockey puck and I'm like, yeah, that's about the size of the masa, the corn, the ground up corn that sits in this like thick, dense thing that you stack stuff on top of. And that's a sope. So it's like it is a soap. I mean, am I not saying soap? We're saying the same thing, right? It's weird, but it's so good. I'm spoiled. In a restaurant I go to that makes them like this, I don't understand the bubbly part to me because there's no part about the dense masa bottom layer that should be bubbly. I'm confused. Yeah. You're emphasizing the a little too hard for people around here pronounce it. Sope. How do you pronounce that word? Help me understand. I know you have to do it in text, so I'm confused. And you're probably confused, but I just want to know. So it's like they take the top part of the hockey puck and they separate it from the rest so it forms this dome. What the fuck? What kind of place do you go to? And then the top has a hole in it and they stick the filling in the top? What? I'm really confused how that works out. I'm gonna try to look it up, I guess. Let's see. I was gonna take a bio break. Oh crap. I screwed up my my keys. Sope. Such a Mexican dish consisting of a thick round corn tortilla with pinched edges. Raised edges create a shallow well perfect for holding savory toppings. Can we bring this up on stream if I put this over? Shit, we can't. Close up. Can we do it here? Brave browser capture. There. Yeah, these things, right? That's a fucking sope. This is what I've had in a number of restaurants. Right? Looks like this. If your thing doesn't look like this, what are you eating? I'm not a native Spanish speaker, but I say it like soapy. Are you saying soapy? Is that right? Soap-y? I don't know what the fuck that is. It's a really good place. I mean, okay. I've heard it as sopa. Am I saying it right? The way you guys are pronouncing soap-y and sopa. First of all, that's like... There's no... If there's a food called soapy, it would be spelled S-O-P-I. Soapy. And if it was pronounced sopa, there's no sound. There's literally zero sound in Spanish. Go away. Please go away. This is a sope. Sope. I found a picture. Post it in chat. I can pull it up from chat. More like sope. Sope. Yeah, that's probably right. These are gross ones? This is what a sope is. I mean, these ones are shallow. I'm used to thicker. The masa in these is too thin. So where I've usually gone, most Mexican restaurants I've gone to, yeah, this is more like it. Thicker base. What? The site can't be reached? What the? How dare you? How dare you? Where's the good thick masa? These feel very homemade, but I mean, homemade's not terrible. The ones I'm used to are definitely thicker on the bottom. Giggity. These ones are kind of more like it. Thick base, definitely ridges on the edges so it holds all the stuff inside. And then topped up with so much toppings that it's going to fall out while you eat. That's the point. The point I'm making is you eat this over some chips, some tortilla chips. You've got nachos underneath. You know, you add some other stuff on top of that after you finish your sopes and all the stuff falls down on top of your tortilla chips. You've got like 2 meals, basically, is what I'm getting at. Those aren't the sopes we have here in California. I'm talking about in California. I lived in Southern California for years. I will pull up that link. The thin shell on top. I don't know what you mean by thin shell on top. That part's confusing to me. I've never seen a sope with shell. These are not sopes. This shit is not a sope. This is like an empanada of some sort. If they're covered in masa, this is not a sope. What is this called? This to me looks like an empanada because it's fully filled up. Thin shell on top is crunchy. No fucking way this is a sope. Look up sope right now. Google sope. You will not find anything with a shell on top. I'm mixing the pronunciation of sopes and sopas. Sopa. Yeah, sopa is not the same thing at all. Mexican rice flavor, but with small shell noodles. Oh, hell yeah. Hence the extra tacos earlier. Hell yeah. These are definitely not sopes. It's not an empanada. It looks like an empanada to me. It has the hockey puck on the bottom, but why is it covered on top? No sope I've ever ordered in any Mexican restaurant has ever had a shell on top. I don't know what the fuck these things are. They don't really look like empanadas to me, but I don't know what the fuck these things are. It's not fully filled up. It has air inside. No fucking clue. Haley, yes, it is totally filled up. Don't hate it. I mean, this probably looks... I would eat these. Whatever the fuck this thing is, I would eat it. Not the biggest fan of Mexican food? Really? Curious. I don't know anybody who doesn't like Mexican food. It's way better when you go to the wrong restaurants. My family... Sorry. I don't normally talk about this shit. Can I put some music on in the background? Let me put on some OMORI music and talk about this. So my grandfather had 3 kids in an all-white family, and my mom was one of those 3 kids, and so I came from that. So my complexion looks particularly white. Yeah, I look European. Yeah, and then he divorced, remarried somebody from Jalisco, Mexico, and had several more kids, actually many more kids. And they were all half Hispanic, right? Half Latino. And some of them married Mexican spouses. And so I have cousins who are like 3/4 Mexican. The vast majority of my family has some sort of Central American heritage. And for holidays, we would have tamales and enchiladas and other various Mexican foods as part of our heritage and holiday gathering food stuffs. We would have some few sort of like American or universal culture foods as well, just like roast turkey and ham on Thanksgiving and that sort of stuff. But a lot of it was Latino of culture, and that's just how our family do. And I've also just gone to a lot of different Hispanic restaurants in Southern California. I've never seen anything that covers a sope with a lid on top. I hear an Oz moving around outside my room. So, yeah, I'm just not sure what we're talking about here. Not a big fan of beans? How could you not like beans? I love how we've gone on such a tangent here. I know. Then the hockey puck. The hockey puck's so good, though. Hear the sopas on the menu? Okay, hang on. Let's pull this up. We'll pull this link up. What is this? Oh, wait. It's not happening. Boop. Can we get this one going? Wait, sopas Sopas y ensaladas. Sopas, that means soup. That means soup. Sopa means soup. Let's take a look. House salad, that's ensalada. That's a salad. Baby green salad, ensalada. Then we go over here, pozole. Pozole is a sopa. That is a soup. Bone-in pork and hominy in the New Mexico chili broth with shredded cabbage, cilantro, onion, and salsa fresca. That is a soup. Chicken tortilla soup. Obviously a soup. Then ensalada de pollo. That's a salad. Seared ají salad. That's a salad. Nothing in here is a breaded tortilla, or not tortilla, but like a masa-based hockey puck or covered item. What you're thinking of when you hear the word sopa is just wrong, right? All of these things are either salads or literally they're all salads except the middle two here. Pozole and chicken tortilla soup are both soups. They are brothy, liquidy things. Wait, what is this that's happening? Can we... sorry. Let me turn this part off. Go away. Sopa just means soup. Yeah.
You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Ignore your phone. We're in a deep conversation. Okay, fine. No surprise for you. Wait, what's the surprise? Open the... Wait, the door's locked? I don't think the door's locked. Hang on one sec. Here, man. Sorry, I didn't use the BRB screen. It was just Oz being a troll. Well, I shouldn't say troll. Being a goblin, because that's what Oz do best. Okay. Wait, who's a bean disliker? What's going on? I'm so surprised at this. Oh, that's Sopas. We're talking about Sopas. Okay, hang on. I'll pull this up. Let me pause the music, do a thing here, new window. And pull up the menu here and pull up the browser again. Like this. Oh, son of a bitch. This is not the right thing. Let me change properties on this so that it becomes the right one. This one? Yeah. Okay, we're there. Hang on. I know it's a chair stream. I apologize. That's my fault. I should have used BRB. I didn't know Oz was going to pull me out of stream for as long as she did. Takeout, cilantros, parrilla y cantina. Choose menu, all day menu, lunch, brunch, happy hour, specialty cocktails, family. Call us to order. Come on down, get directions. Oh my gosh, there's so much. The feed. I see tamales. I see, this picture of whatever this is. What do they call this? Dude, yes, please be patient, because of staff. Once again, we appreciate the support. Cilantros has the best sope. Somebody called this shit a sope. Somebody in the what do you call it? The comments called it a sope. That's weird. Okay. Takeout. Let's go back to takeout. How to order. Choose from below. Let's go to all day menu. Sopas botanas del mar, favoritas de la casa, vegetarianas, combinaciones a la carte. Let's do a la carte sope. Okay, there's no picture. So this thing that you sent me has no way of proving or disproving what they take out. There's no way to tell. All day. Just look at the all day menu. There's nothing here. There's no way you would ever be able to use this menu to prove what is or is not a sope. You know what is proof? Just looking up the word sope, going to images, and scrolling through. Look at this. Look at Google. Google is telling you what a sope is. Do you see a shell over top? Or do you see a hockey puck on the bottom with a little ridge around the outside to hold the ingredients in? And inside that hockey puck, with the lip on the outside edge, you put a bunch of shit. And you load it so full, in most of these cases, you fill it so full that while you're eating, some of it spills out. Which is why I always ordered tortilla chips, and I would eat on top of the tortilla chips my sopes, so that all of the precipitant food that would fall out of the sope would land on my chips and give me nachos. What's going on here? Why is this? What is this? How is that? BTS sope Yoonseok bad cat got. I don't. It's confusing. Every single Google result is a hockey puck. It's this shit. It's a hockey puck open with a little ridge on the outside edge that holds your shit inside. Every single Google result. Are you really going to argue against every single Google result? They all show this. None of them are covered. None of them have a cover. Show me in my doom scrolling here that there's a covered one. I don't mean to start a fight. I just, I know what I know. I'm a fellow bean disliker, says Corruptional. I don't know how that can happen. Handmade corn tortillas puffed into soft shells filled with choice of shredded chicken, shredded beef, or guacamole with beans topped with salsa fresca, shredded cabbage, and sour cream. I agree with all of that except for the puffed into a soft shell. That's the confusing part to me. Specifically, beans and mushrooms are the only two foods I cannot stand. Beans are like the easiest protein to continue to create, right? Like every other protein on the planet is animal-based, and therefore you need to feed it, give it a good place to live, give it a happy life, slaughter it, and take care of the body in such a way that the food doesn't spoil. Animal meat is hard. I'm not saying animal meat is bad. Some animal meat is quite good. And we need certain things from animals that we cannot get from beans. So you cannot live a life where bean is your only protein. I'm not an advocate of just a bean diet. You will starve yourself of certain B complex proteins that you can only get from animals. But the bean is really easy. It's very easy to get good proteins from. So I'm sorry that you don't like beans. because it's so easy. I got the link correct below. Oh, okay. Find, ignore your phone. Oh, right. Yeah, we already caught up on that. It's sope with better technique. Everything that's a sope, all sopes are hockey pucks that are open air. There's no such thing as a closed sope. There's no such thing. Google says no. They puff up the top of the hockey puck. That I don't know what that is, but it's not a sope. It adds this ethereal light texture of corn tortilla. It sounds good. It just doesn't sound like a sope. It's like flake pastry. That's definitely not sope. I don't know what that is. If it's not an empanada, then it's something different. But it's similar, more similar to empanada than it is to a sope. They should rename it to better than the hockey puck sope. Just call it something else. Why are we looking at Mexican food instead of omori? Because we're confused as to what a sope is, I guess. There's a description. Just Google the word sope or look above. Read chat down a few more lines. I'll keep reading. It's not a little ridge. It's a big puff ball. Impossible. Impossible. Let's go back to sope. Let's go to Google and just search the word sope. Sope. Let's look up Wikipedia, right? I mean, it's not necessarily the end-all be-all of sources, but sope, food. A sope, Spanish pronunciation, sope, is a traditional Mexican dish consisting of a fried masa base with savory toppings. Base, not encapsulating, right? Also known as a picadita in Tierra Caliente, Guerrero. It originates in the central and southern parts of Mexico, where it was sometimes first known as pellizcadas. It is an antojito, that is like an appetizer, right? Which at first sight looks like an unusually thick tortilla with vegetables and meat toppings. Hang on, let me turn on streamer mode on Discord, because I know some of you who are Discord aficionados are hearing your Discord alerts. I mean, you think you're hearing Discord alerts, but it's not you, it's me. That's my bad. Also, I feel like Instagram has already died. Is that the case? Is Instagram already... Oh my God. Fine. No Instagram stream. That's fine. Don't need you to live my life. The masa base is fried with pinched sides and topped with refried beans, crumbled cheese, lettuce, onions, red or green sauce, and sour cream. Sometimes other ingredients, mostly meat, are also added to create different tastes and styles. The sope is spread throughout all of Mexico's territory. I won't read all of this, I promise. Thousands of regional variants made. Pinched sides of the sope are its most distinctive characteristics. Flat sopes are made to resemble a thick tortilla or a tostada. That is one flat base with shit on top, right? That's what a tostada is. However, though both tostadas and sopes are fried, the tostada is thin and fried until it becomes crunchy and fragile, while the sope is much thicker and fried until only the exterior surface is cooked. The sope, therefore, has a soft, slightly pliable texture. Sope's thickness is meant to support its toppings, and the frying of the exterior surface adds its resistance to the moisture of the ingredients. Yeah. So basically, this hockey puck, oh my God, hockey puck plus shit on top. No cover on top of that, right? 100%. Northern regions, they're made without vegetables, which is bad for you. That's how you get deficiencies and things. Your vitamins and minerals that you get from veggies. In Acapulco and Guerrero, sopes are unusually small in size, called sopecitos instead. Fried with the same oil used to fry seafood. Still nothing about getting them covered on top. In Oaxaca, sopes sometimes are prepared using grasshoppers. That's cool. Good shit there. Extremely large dish similar to a giant sope or giant tostada is the traditional food of reference in Oaxaca known as Tlayuda. Interesting. There's also huarache, which is also not covered on top. I've had so many huaraches. They're really good. Also not covered on top. Tlacoyo, Mexican dish, not to be confused with the sope. Base on top, which replaces the same ingredients used for sopes. Tlacoyo is an oval fried or toasted cake made of masa, torpedo-shaped and much fatter since it's filled with beans or cheese. Garnacha. Tortillas fried with shredded meat. Similar in appearance to sopes. Their main specialty in Guatemala. Memela. A local name for identical sopes served in other parts of Mexico, just different toppings. Chalupa. We all know the chalupas are not covered on top. Yucatecan food is different from what is traditionally referred as Mexican food, as the cuisine from this region, primarily in Belize, it includes the local Mayan culture combined with an unusual European cuisine influence. Salbutes are similar to sopes, but are thinner, colored, and flavored with recado rojo and fried until crispy. Fillings may include beans, tomatoes, lettuce, avocado, or meat topped with the salsa. So salbute might be filled. Never mind, I lied. It is also open air on top. I don't know what you're eating. You're eating something with the cover on top, and it doesn't exist in this world of sopes and its cousins. All of its similar dishes in this article do not show anything with cover on top. You're eating something that is not a sope and not a sope cousin. And I have to see. You make me sneeze. You make me sneeze. I'm just kidding. It's not your fault. Oh, okay. I'm telling you, I'm not arguing that that is the typical sope. I'm arguing that the typical sope is an inferior product. Fine. If you don't like sopes, that's fine. Just say you don't like sopes and you like whatever it is that you eat. I don't know what you eat is called. It's not called a sope traditionally. It's not called an empanada, apparently, because you say it's not that. But whatever you're eating, I don't know what it is. It sounds tasty. I'd be down to try it. I'm not hating on what you eat. It sounds good. I like stuff that's wrapped in things. I like things that are wrapped up and have like filling inside and have a wrapping around the outside. It sounds good. So I'm on ball with whatever the hell that thing is. I just don't know what it's called. To what you can get at that restaurant, the puffed into the soft shell is what makes them good. There is such a thing. You can get that at a restaurant, and I believe in Mexico. I've been to Mexico. I just haven't seen that thing ever. It's not similar to empanada at all. Empanada is wheat and has a uniform shell. Yeah, my mom made those when I was growing up, so I know what an empanada is at its core. Google's only returning American Mexican food images. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. Wikipedia should know better, and it's still showing the same shit. This is the type of conversation I have at 5 a.m. sleep deprived. This is the type of conversation I have all the time. In fact, ask Oz. I get so confrontational about when somebody confronts my direct understanding of the world that I will argue this stuff until one of us is right. And I'm willing to be disproven. Don't get me wrong. I don't have an ego about this stuff, but I want you to actually prove that what the fuck you're talking about is right. I want to know, for example, that a sope is usually a covered dish with a shell on top, and the shit that I'm looking up is wrong in some way. I want to know that. I want to see your sources. I want to be proven wrong. And then I will change my whole paradigm on the world on a dime. I don't have an ego about it. If you can disprove me, I accept defeat. I don't even call it defeat because I don't espouse wrong data. If you prove me wrong and it really is that I'm wrong, I cave immediately. It should be that way. It should be that if you find information that's wrong, you do not cling to what you know is wrong. You change on a dime. Everybody should cohere to this, I think. Big fan. Good, good. A fried base, difference is that they make the fried base puff up the top. What is that called? It can't be called sope, right? It's just a technique difference. I agree, superior technique. It sounds tasty. I just don't know what the fuck you call that. See how Wiki distinguishes between a flat style sope, gross hockey puck version. I'm eating a sope with a superior cooking technique. It's not a sope. It's got to be something. It's got to be a different word. I love the sope that, oh shit. I'm getting caught in back scroll. The sope that has that technique has the hockey puck on the bottom. I've had both variations, and I can definitely say it's sope. I don't see your sope. I don't see it. Sope with shell on top. Mexican shell sope. Sopa de conchas. Why is it? No, that's a soup. No, that's a soup. Never mind. That's not it. Different types of sopes. Can we talk about this? Sope public Mexican various forms, filling shapes, cooking, thick handmade tortillas topped with blah blah blah. Sopes de asada. No, these are just different stuff you put on top. That doesn't talk about the cover at all. Sope shells? No, these are just, when they say shell, they mean the bottom. They only mean the bottom. You have to be talking about a different food. You're trolling me. You're trolling me. Literally every website. Every website. Are you talking about the gordita? Because gordita has a cover on top. That's the thing. If we look at gordita and we look at images, these are all covered. These are all filled. Nothing related to sope is filled. Everything related to gordita is filled. You're talking about a different food. I'm 100% convinced that you are not talking about sope. Every restaurant I've ever been to, everything I've ever talked about, there's not a single place on the internet that you can find to back your claim, is my point. You can't back your claim. I can back my claim that sopes are open on top. They're open sandwiches, essentially. And gorditas and other foods like this are closed-topped. And you are talking about a closed-top food. That is not a sope. Technically, even the sopes you eat puff up before they've had the toppings placed on top. Maybe. The ones that Jam and I mentioned have the toppings placed inside rather than on top. That's not a sope. Sope is you don't have room to fill something. That's not, masa doesn't puff. Mexican food has so many variants based on the locale. Find me the source. Give me a source and I will believe you. Yes, Sayavin is giving real truth here. I think you might be talking about like pupusas. Maybe not gordita, but I've had pupusas. These are not Mexican. Right? Pupusa is like Salvadorian, right? A pupusa is a thick handmade flatbread or tortilla traditionally from El Salvador, made with masa harina and stuffed with a savory filling. 100%. 100%. I've had pupusas. I've had Salvadorian food. And this is 100% like well, it's not quite masa, right? It's not masa on the inside or on the bottom. It's different. It's a different vibe. But pupusas are popular. Like outside of Salvadorian culture, I've been to other restaurants that don't serve specifically Salvadorian food, and they sometimes have pupusas on the menu. Pupusas are delicious. They're amazing. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not defending the sopa as being like superior. Pupusas are fucking great. But what you're talking about that's covered, it cannot be a sope. Cannot be. Thank you, Sayavin, by the way. Try searching sopes with toppings inside. I will search exactly what you just said. Sopes with toppings inside. That's what we will look up. then we will see if you have an answer. Learn to make perfect sopes, the Mexican food. We're still seeing stuff with everything on top. On top, on top, on top, on top. They're making the pucks. Sope toppings. Look at this. Even with, when I said toppings inside, let's look at images. Do you see anything with a cover on top? Sopes chorizo. You can't tell me this is all American. Look at this. Look at everything here. Nothing is covered. 0 search results are covered. You were talking about a different food. You were trolling me. It's not a gordita. It's a hockey puck on the bottom. Not a pupusa. It's sope, but the toppings are put inside the puff. There's no puff in a sope, rather than letting it deflate. What about masa inflates? Masa does not inflate. You cook it. You can fry the outside and it gets crispy, but it doesn't puff. There's no yeast. There's nothing to make it rise. Have you cooked with masa before? There's a single place I pasted at the restaurant that makes them. There's no visual evidence. There's only text, right? Masa does puff. I don't know what kind of masa you use. Not a pupusa. It looks nothing like those. Those are wheat. Literally looking up a recipe for sopes that says when it puffs up, that's how you know when the shell is cooked. I have no idea what that. I've cooked with masa. I've never seen it puff. Cooking method for Mexican sopas shells starts on medium low, and if it starts to that seems to be taking too long, turn it up to medium heat. You probably won't need to go any hotter than that. Once they start to puff up a little, they're done. I mean, puff up a little, sure. Does masa increase in its volume when you cook it? Sure, but it doesn't create a shell that you can fill stuff with. If they don't puff up, don't worry. Just make sure both sides are cooked. Right, because that probably doesn't happen. Let's try to grab this URL real quick and see if we can pull something up visually. Boom. Oh, son of a bitch. I think there's a period there that shouldn't be. Show me the puff. Show me the puff. So they're talking about making these. Here they are. You flatten them out. They're using, all sorts of Western concepts. They're using like paper towels to help you create the hockey puck. They're showing creating the edge around the outside. Then they're showing the finished product. And then here's with the food inside. There's no space to fill these on the inside. By Stephanie Chavez. Hopefully she knows what she's talking about. If you don't believe me because I'm too white, and you don't believe that most of my family, the majority of my family is Latino, at least believe Stephanie Chavez. There's no, and fill the inside of this. Look at this. Where's the inside on these? There's no inside. It's flat. I mean, it's not flat because they're kind of thick. They're thick interior, but you can't fill them. That's the point, I think. Impossible. I like how this is because this is the story we're talking about tonight. Oh my goodness. Hello, Error 404. Welcome back. What have I missed? We're not really playing this. I'm stuck in white space right now in Omori. We'll get back to that, I promise. Copy the whole thing. The link kind of broke. Yeah, I fixed it. No, the visual evidence is there. Show me where. The sopes are right on the front page of this website. The very top, everything on this website shows open-faced food. Nothing filled. Only open face. You can see blah, blah, blah. Evidence visually with the image from the Cilantro's website. Show me the link. Maybe the restaurant calls them sopes because the masa dough. Maybe. And there isn't a better word for the dish. It could be that they're talking about something that's like, so gorditas, I think, use wheat, right? pupusas, I think, use wheat. So if you could create something like that, but with masa, where it's on the top and bottom, and it's an encapsulated empanada, but with masa on the outside, on both sides, on the top and bottom, and it's filled that way. I don't know what you call that. It's not called a sope. It couldn't be called a sope. I don't know anybody besides Jam and Haley, apparently, who call it a sope. But there's something, maybe, if you could get the masa on top and bottom and get the inside filled, it sounds like a good food. Don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing that this food is bad or that it doesn't exist. It could exist. I just don't know what the fuck it's called. You look up sope and there's no way you can find how to make this particular food that they're talking about. So I'm just trying to figure out how do you discover a filled food, a stuffed food that's made with masa. If it's not a pupusa, if it's not a gordita, then what the fuck is that? It's definitely not sope. Nobody agrees with you guys except each other. Cilantros, watsonville.com/order. Let's take a look. Did I copy that correctly? Son of a bitch. Why is my copy paste so broken? All right, let's try again. Grab this text. Copy. Paste. Please paste properly. Okay, let's see. Wait. Oh shit. Didn't do it right because it grabbed your first name grabbed your screen name for some reason. Okay. Cilantros, watsonville.com/order. How to order. So you say it's from here. Where? When you link me this, it just gives me all of the different menu options. So where would I need to go from here? All day menu, lunch, brunch, happy hour, specialty cocktails, obviously not, family packages, and then it goes on to other stuff. Stupid mobile? How am I on the mobile version? There's no option to choose desktop version. I'm literally looking through a full web browser, so I don't know why they gave me this version. Maybe right click, view page source, translate. There's nothing that will let me see a desktop version because I'm on a desktop computer. There's no way to see desktop. Go to the bottom. Okay, I'm at the bottom. Stay safe, hours, contact, location. There's nothing here to like swap versions of the website. This is just their website. I'm looking on the regular desktop version. Scroll up. There are pictures from what, Instagram or something? What are these? Instagram. Yeah, they're all Instagram pictures. Just look at this picture. Is this the one? This is the one picture you've already linked. We've already looked at this particular Instagram picture. Scrolled right past it. If it's this picture, let's go back. What else would I see here? It's just this one picture. This picture doesn't say what it is. If we look at the company, the restaurant, they say, update, we'll open at 3 p.m. today, Thursday. Due to yesterday's power outage, we lost most of our perishables. Please be patient. Our kitchen staff is working very hard to get us up and running for dinner service. Once again, we appreciate your continued support. That's it. That's all the restaurant says. The comment, this fucking let me not say the I don't want to say anything that will get me canceled. Lucila does not know what a fucking sope is. She has no fucking clue. She looks at these covered foods and she does not know what the fuck she's talking about. Who is Lucila? You believe Lucila? You look at this food and you listen to Lucila and you think that she's talking about what's in. She might not even be talking about what's in the picture. She could just see this picture and go, you know what? This makes me want to go to Cilantros. and it makes me want to order the sopes. I don't see the sopes in the picture, but I really want their sopes. Because whatever the fuck's in the picture, that's not it. That's not a sope. But Lucila thinks I want sopes. She did not identify these as sopes. Cilantros did not identify this picture as sopes. Let's view the one reply. Cilantros Watsonville says, thank you, in response. So they also did not identify this picture ever as having sopes. Lucila doesn't say they're sopes. Cilantro doesn't say they're sopes. I say they're not sopes. You say they're sopes. And nobody agrees with you right now. I love you. I appreciate you. I want to eat these because they look delicious, whatever the fuck they are. But I don't think they're sopes, and I don't see anybody that says they're sopes. All right, let me catch up with chat. There's no better word because I disagree. I disagree. Stephanie Chavez is not disagreeing with the fact that what that restaurant calls a sope is a sope. Who's Stephanie Chavez? Oh, the one that wrote the article on open face normal sopes. If she was asked, I would argue she would agree with me. How do you know that? How do you know this is a sope? You're on the stupid mobile website version. Blah, 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 blah. You said you want documented proof of it. Nobody has said that what is in this picture is called a sope. Nobody has said that. From the website, Sopes handmade corn tortillas puffed into soft shells filled with choice of shredded chicken, shredded beef, or guacamole with beans. You can say filled for an open-faced, ridged what's the word I'm looking for? The lip. There's a lip, and then you fill the inside of the hockey puck, right? So the word filled does not prove your point. Because you can make a hockey puck with a lip around the outside, and you can still fill that interior without calling it a closed shelled top thing. That's not proof to me. Lucille knows what a sope is. I disagree. And she's not talking about this picture. You have no proof that she's talking about what is pictured in the picture. It's in Santa Cruz. I also don't believe that Santa Cruz knows Mexican food better than Mexico. In September, I'll make a picture. Okay. Cilantros has a description right on the website. The website doesn't show any pictures. And they also say filled, but filled does not mean covered. Filled does not mean topped with masa. Filled can also mean you filled the top of the hockey puck. How do you know she wouldn't? There's no proof that what she's talking about is the picture. You're proving a negative, and I'm trying to prove a positive here. I've been going to this restaurant my entire life, ordering sope, so I consider myself an expert on what this restaurant calls a sope. Sure. This technique is from... You argue that this technique is from Mexico? Go to Mexico and order a sope from any random restaurant. I dare you to go to Mexico, find the restaurant, find any random restaurant, go and order a sope and tell me if they cover the top. Any state in Mexico, any of the states in Mexico, and order a sope and report back to me if it is topped, if it is covered. This is a nice restaurant, but you know what? I bet DoorDash has them. What? You're claiming a negative. I'm claiming a positive. What they call a sope is what is in the picture. Nobody says that the picture has a sope, is my point. There's a picture with some sort of food in it. And Cilantros, the company, never calls this a sope. They never use the word sope. And Lucila never mentions the picture. She just says that her favorite food there is the sope. That all said, Cilantros, that one restaurant, could say, we make these covered foods and we call them sopes, and that's on our menu, and that is what we call them. And that literally does not mean that the word sope means a covered food. If you could find literally any other place besides cilantro. First of all, cilantro never says that we have a stuffed food called sope. They literally fucking never say it. And second of all, I dare you to find a second restaurant that ever says... Okay, Twitch ads. That literally ever says that we also have a food that we call sope that is stuffed. Sope and stuffed as a combination does not exist. It just does not exist. Literally does not exist. You're trying to prove a negative that I can't get this sope in Mexico? Wait, can you can still hear me, right? You're subbed. Yes, I believe you are. I've been to Mexico. I've been to multiple states in Mexico, and in every state in Mexico I've ever been to, I like sopes. I do. I personally like them. I don't order them every time because I like other foods too. But every single time I've ever seen the sope made, it's an open-faced sandwich. It is a hockey puck of masa with ridges around the outside, and then they shove a bunch of stuff on top. And there's never a roof, a ceiling, a dome. There's nothing on top. Every single place I have gone to easily more than a dozen places, and they all get the word sope wrong. More than a dozen places in Southern California, in Mexico, I've been to Baja California, I've been to Jalisco, I've been to Michoacan, I've been so many places in Mexico and in Southern California. I've been to Texas. I've had Tex-Mex food. I've never had a sope covered with something. You've been to one restaurant that covers their thing and maybe calls it a sope, but you can't prove that they call their covered foods a sope. Because you say filled, but you don't say, or it uses the word filled, but it doesn't use the word stuffed. If it used the word stuffed, I would believe that cilantro stuffs a food and calls it a sope. But you've been to one restaurant. I don't know anybody else. Haley seems to agree with you, but I don't know anybody else who has seen a sope that has a lid, that has a top cover, that is making a Wellington out of this. You know what a Wellington is, right? It's like, completely encapsulated. I don't know anyone who's had a sope that calls it a filled food. That's a stuffed food, I should say. Stuffed in the interior of something. Sopes are not stuffed. I don't know anyone who agrees with you, except for Haley. And just tonight. Wait, where's my back scroll? Existence cilantros and what Haley has experienced. I'm not saying that's not what it is. I'm saying that the superior version. And don't get me wrong. When I argue with you on the term that you call these things, I'm not saying it's not superior. A lid on top of things, a shelf, an encapsulation on top, actually sounds pretty fucking bomb. So don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing that the open face sope is superior. The stuffed food sounds amazing. I actually want to try it. I don't know how to order it, but I want to try it. I really do want to try it. Yeah. I'm saying that the superior person is bringing home Mexican food seemed innocuous a while ago. No, this is good. I appreciate this. I'm learning about some new food that I want to try. I just don't know how to order it. It's not completely encapsulated, obvious from the picture. Those pictures look like they're stuffed. It's not stuffed, it's filled. I mean, everything is filled. A tostada is filled. You have the tostada, it's very flat, planar surface, and then you put the filling on. But it's open-faced. So you can fill a tostada with toppings. You're topping it with fillings, and you can call those things filling. You filled it with stuff because you're filling the top of the tostada, even though there's no shell, there's no roof over top of it. So to use the word filled is really an ambiguous term, right? If you want to talk about something that has a shell top, you got to use the word stuffed. You cannot use the word filled. You can fill an open-faced sandwich full of toppings. You cannot stuff it, though. Stuff is the right word, I think. Lucille and the owner cilantros, I mean, I don't know. It's a high-lipped sope. It's more than lip. I mean, the way Jam is talking about it, it goes all the way up and over. It's not just high-lipped. There's like a full, like, doesn't it close at the top? In the pictures that I saw, it looks closed at the top. Or is it not? Is it not closed all the way? I mean, so there's stuff that they stick on top of it. Is that not right? Maybe we've been arguing about the wrong thing the whole time, because I see like a pocket that you've filled with filling. It's not encapsulated. It is high-lipped. So you're just talking about a sope that just has high ridges on the sides? Is that all? It's like this crunchy shell. You order it by going to cilantro saying, give me a sope. Okay, here's more evidence. A Yelp review. Let's take a look. I'll pull it up and I'll pull it up on stream. Close this. Pull this up. Browser. What the hell am I looking at on this link you sent? The day menu. Let's look up sope. Sope picture. It's kind of hard to see. It looks so in this middle one. Can we make this bigger? This looks like a sope, but they've just raised the ridges around the outside quite a bit. So it's a flat hockey puck, and there's ridges around the outside, and the top is fully open. But we go to this one, and this one, there's not ridges anymore. It's like, it looks like they've made an empanada, and then they broke the top open. This is a fucking empanada, and they cracked open the top. And if we look at the next one, this is 1. This is 2 with just high ridges around the edges. And this is 3. This also is an empanada, and I can't tell with all this stuff on top. I can't see, but it kind of looks like the edges here, like they made an empanada and then broke open the top and shoved stuff inside on top. I wouldn't call this a real sope. This does not look like a real sope. This looks like their take. Like they've made a dumpling out of masa. A masa dumpling. They broke the shell on top and they shoved shit inside. And this doesn't match literally any fucking other restaurant. Not a single other restaurant for sope. If there was just one other restaurant that made them like this, I'd be like, oh, okay, you know what? This is a variant. This is just a variant on the sope. This is literally, they just make these pockets. They make these pupusas out of masa. Masa pupusas and break the top open and add a topping. That's what it looks like to me. This doesn't match any other place. Only this one restaurant to me. Yeah? It's a lip, but it's like it closes in near the top. It's like what this looks like is a volcano caldera. It looks like a caldera where the volcano comes up and then it collapses in, and then there's like lava inside. It looks like a caldera. It's a caldera sope. It's not a regular sope. There's no way you could go to any other place besides Cilantros, in my opinion, and you can prove me wrong. Go to literally any other place besides Cilantros, order a sope, and see if they've made the lip like this. I don't know any place that makes lips that close in and cave in at the very middle at the top. Don't get me wrong, this looks tasty. I'm not saying this is bad. I'm just saying it's not a sope. This is a cilantros registered trademark, R with the circle around it, quote unquote sope. Like when you go to Subway and you say, I want a foot long, and they give you an 11-inch sandwich. And you go, what the fuck? I ordered a foot long. And they say, well, the Subway registered trademark foot long is an 11-inch sandwich. We've registered the trademark word Subway foot long. And that means in the franchise dictionary of what makes a Subway sandwich, that's an 11-inch long sandwich. And so we've made you that according to the specifications of our restaurant. You get 11 inches of sandwich. I hope you enjoy your 11 inches of sandwich. And you're like, the fuck? Why is it even called a foot long? I feel like Cilantros has copped the term sope and made their own food that literally no other place I've ever been to in the history of Mexican restaurants, even in Mexico, has ever called. I've never seen this food, whatever this is. And every time I've ever ordered sope in multiple random places that are not Cilantros in Watsonville, they don't make it like this. They make it different. It might be inferior, but whatever sope is, you haven't had it. You've had this superior food that should be called something else. And Cilantros is calling it a misleading term. And you've never had a sope before in your life, or you've had a sope and you've forgotten, and you think that these sopes are better. Okay, let me catch up with chat. I will disagree with you on that. Stuffed peppers are not fully covered. I suppose that's true. Maybe stuffed isn't the right word. What's the right word for something that goes inside the interior and is wrapped? Well, this isn't, I guess this thing isn't stuffed either. It's not stuffed, but it's not sope. It's not open. It's not fully open from the bottom. You know, the lip on a sope is open. It just covers around the outside. It's like a perimeter. And what Jam is showing us is not a perimeter wrap. It's like it's crawling up the outsides and it's coming up. You know what I mean? This is it's not a stuff, but it's definitely not the same thing as what a sope lip is. Right? It's not hard to see. Hockey puck on the bottom. It's the same thing. It's not an empanada. It's not quite an empanada. I agree with you. It sounds like a fat-bottomed taco salad. Kind of. It's a cousin to the taco salad. Sort of, yeah. But it's not wheat. It's masa. It's a real sope. I disagree. Is also their take is superior to a normal hockey puck sope. Yeah, I will never argue with you until I've tried this. Maybe I just have to go to Watsonville because this literally the first and only place I've ever seen whatever the fuck this is. Maybe I have to go to Watsonville to try whatever this is, order the sope, and they give me this thing because I've never seen this anywhere else. I have lived on the East Coast in the Mid-Atlantic. I've lived in the Pacific Northwest. I've lived in Southern California. I lived in Texas. I've lived in Georgia now for a few years. I've lived in so many places in the U.S. I've been to Baja California, Michoacan, Jalisco, various places in Mexico, various states in Mexico. And everywhere I've ever seen sopes made, they have not matched this aesthetic. So no place I've ever experienced agrees with you. And you can't find anything so far that I've seen that agrees with Cilantros in Watsonville. If literally one other restaurant in all of the US, in all of Mexico, agreed with Cilantros in Watsonville that this is what a sope looks like, I would start to give merit to your claim. But literally this one restaurant says, whatever the fuck this abomination is, which looks tasty, don't get me wrong. when I say abomination. I kind of want to shove it in my face. Whatever this is, literally only Watsonville's Cilantros says we call this a sope and you should eat it and you should believe it's a sope. Literally nowhere else seems to agree. And until you find me proof, I believe that sopes are something else. And Cilantros is lying, bold-faced lying to you. But this does look tasty, and I want to shove it in my face. Yeah, whatever the fuck this is called. It's not a pupusa. If you ate one, you done it. I've definitely eaten pupusas, and I love pupusas. Cilantro's trademarked the word sope. Maybe those bastards. They're like, hey, there's no word sope in the U.S. trademark office. We're just gonna steal it. We're gonna call it this thing. And everybody else who wants an actual sope, be damned, because we've trademarked this word. You don't get to say it's not a real sope. It's flat. It's not flat. This isn't flat. It's flat fried masa dough. It's a sope. This one has a caldera. This one's ridged. The ridges on the side go way up and close in near the top. It's like an open-faced beignet. It's like an open-faced cream puff, but you have savory information inside. It's not a sope. You can't order a caldera sope anywhere. You can't order this sope anywhere. I would argue, go to literally fucking anywhere and order a sope and expect this. Anywhere outside of Watsonville, say, I would like a sope, please, and see if they give you anything that looks like this. Nowhere. Find me proof that this exists anywhere outside of Watsonville. See, superior version of sope. I don't disagree with the superiority, though. It's not just a cilantros. I've gotten them from local places near me. Prove it. It's been an hour since the Great Soap started. I know. But I live for this sort of content. I do. And I appreciate you all staying with me and talking with me about this insipid topic. It really matters to me. It matters to me so much, and I'm really happy that you're all here for this. I really love that we're doing this. This is my favorite stream of the week so far. And I really, really appreciate that you're all here and that you're willing to stand your ground. That's the biggest thing. God, if I argued and then one of you left because you disagreed so much and you just didn't like the antagonistic vibe, the air, the aesthetic that our stream was taking right now, you just said, "Oh, I can't against D. I don't like him when he's mad." I'd be so sad, really. The reason why I'm appreciative of you all so much, and the reason why I continue on this one topic instead of continuing to play this game, is because this fills my soul. This is the reason I exist. I mean, not always. I prefer to talk about deeper topics than this, but I like debate. I like the back and forth. This means a lot to me. I hope it means something to you too. I hope you get something out of. I hope this is meaningful. Is all I mean. Puffed up part that you get when you hand make a sope. I've used masa and I've never had the puff like this. I know, Blaisdell. This is a fucking pupusa, right? With an open top. Not ones that I remember, just tiny businesses in my area. OMORI is never leaving white space. Well, I also don't know how to leave white space right now, but we will get there. I promise we'll get there. Haley has it in her area too. I need proof. He's been living there as long as he can remember. I know, this poor guy. Poor OMORI. He's totally trapped. Wants to try whatever this is. What do you want from us? We can't just give it a new name. They stretch the lip of the sope extra high. It's still a sope. I disagree. If I go, so we have some real mom and pop places around here, some real nice places, and they even serve non-Mexican foods, i.e. other places in Central America. I haven't found a good South America restaurant in our area. I kind of want to go back to Southern California for that kind of stuff, but maybe it'll grow over time. But out of the Central American pan aesthetic foods that we have around here, I don't know a single place where I could ask for a sope, but make it make it 3/4 of the way towards pupusa, but don't close it. Sorry, pupusa, but don't close it all the way. Keep it open, just at the very top, but don't open it as far as a traditional sope. How would I tell them that? Where would I go where I could get that information, or where I could get that food by giving them that information? It starts off flat and then they puff it up, and they break open the middle in order to fill it, but it starts out puffed. You can order this sope somewhere. Well, you can order this in Watsonville. I just want to know somewhere. Like, could I ever order this in Mexico? Could I ever order this in Georgia? Could I go to Texas? Because we have a lot of friends in Texas. Could I order this in Texas? Find the place where they make this, besides the one place you've been to. Haley doesn't know. You cannot deny experience. I can agree that you've been to one place that does this. No matter how hard you try. 40 plus minutes about soap is happy because you can't do this with me all the time. Oz taps out of this type of conversation. It's true. And so it's very nice to have people who will keep up with me and keep doing this and not get mad at me. So I appreciate your face. I really do. I appreciate you guys. Wait, this reminds me of the great yam debate I used to get into at Thanksgiving Day. Wait, Jam. So let me ask this. Is it that you have family members that call sweet potatoes yams? Because this is just a scientific fact. Yams are a West African food. They're starchy. They're not particularly sweet, and they're not bright orange, right? Yams are like a staple starch food that keep people alive, especially during big drought situations. And America, the U.S., does not know yams. The U.S. eats sweet potatoes, and sometimes, especially during Thanksgiving, they call the sweet potatoes that they eat, these orangey, starchy, squash-adjacent foods, they call them yams. They're just sweet potatoes. We almost can't find yams in the U.S. You go to a typical grocery store and you look for yam, you're not going to find the actual West African yam. You're not going to find that food, that root vegetable. You're going to find orangey sweet potato things. And there are a few different other sweet potatoes. They're not all orangey like that, right? They're not all the one type of food that we expect on Thanksgiving days. But yams and sweet potatoes are very distinctly different foods, and yams are very rare in the U.S., whereas sweet potatoes are very common in the U.S. Okay, where did we get? The image on this stream is not that different from Google image search results for sope. The picture that I pulled up is pretty close to a sope, but it like closes around the top edges. So the lip isn't straight and like short. The image that I had pulled up was higher up and it started to close in. And that's weird to me. You could still probably get away calling that a sope, but I don't know any place that I've ever been to that have made the ridges that high and that closed in. That's all I'm saying. I don't like when anyone is mad, but I'll stay for you. I'm not mad, for the record. When I get into debates with people on definitions of things or basically on any topic, any sort of thing that I would consider a debate, I'm happy. I'm maybe at my happiest. I like arguing with people. So nobody on this stream for all the last, 5 years that I've been streaming, or the last 11 years I've been content creating, has ever seen me mad. I don't get mad. It's really hard to get me mad. Yeah. Sometimes give me trauma responses. This is true. This is true. He's blowing it way out of proportion. Proportion? I don't think so. If this isn't sope, what is it? I mean, sope has short ridges around the outside, right? Magnesium? Is that what yam offers? What's the magnesium comment about? One of my best friends growing up, we used to get in discussions like this. I love this sort of topic, or this sort of discussion. Everyone else would just know about. Oh, that's a shame. Sweet potato versus yam debate. I mean, there's no debate about that, right? Yam is a specific type of food. Sweet potato is a specific type of food or a group of foods. And there really isn't debating that part. I think people just use the wrong words. Here's another example. Caramel versus caramel. Caramel is a type of like burnt sugar that you can use in confectionaries, whereas caramel is the name of a place, and it's been used to rename new places, right? Like there's a place called York, and then the US made a New York. Carmel is a city, and there's other regions also called Carmel, but there's no confectionery called caramel. So you could argue, oh, I pronounce caramel but you're just saying it wrong. Caramel is the real confectionery, and caramel is you fucking up. Begging the question. You can beg the question, which means you're using part of the premise as your conclusion. Like the Bible says that the Bible is inerrant. So I believe that the Bible is inerrant. That's begging the question. But if you want to say it raises the question or prompts the question, you can't replace that with the words begging the question, because that's a canned phrase that means using the premise in your argument. So you're just wrong. You're not using a different variant of English. You're just misusing the term and hoping that nobody calls you out on being wrong. And so yam and sweet potato, you can call sweet potatoes yams. You could say, oh yeah, for Thanksgiving we have turkey, we have cranberry sauce, and we have yams. And then you serve sweet potatoes. You're just wrong. You're using the wrong term, and you're hoping nobody actually fact checks you. But that doesn't mean you're right because you do it often enough. Truth is not diplomatic. You can't find 10,000 other people in a Facebook group and say, they all call this yam too. So it's a yam, because diplomacy. Some things are scientifically wrong, period. So I don't think sweet potato versus yam is really a long debate. My family's yams are bright yellow and they pointy ends. Yam is a certain type of food and sweet potato is a different type of food. I like this type of friendly mad. I agree. Corruptional, this is my favorite type of argument because nobody here is actually upset. Nobody here is angry at me. I'm not angry at any of you. And none of us are trying to win something, right? We're not trying to say, and at the end, I'm better than you, or I own you, or I've slam dunked you. I don't want that. I feel bad because I want this for D more often than my brain just can't handle. The thing of it, Oz, is that a married couple doesn't necessarily have to fill every need for each other. The lovely thing about being married is you can still make other acquaintances, have other conversations and connections and relationships.
您好，您好吗？我很好。您好，您好。
好吧 Blaisdell， 我会开始我的手机的钟表。等一下，钟表在这里，我会给你是什么？1分钟？我觉得是1分钟。1分钟我会听着说英文，然后我会说中文。音乐 Blaisdell 真的想我不跟你继续说英文，那就是他的办法。所以。我觉得对，也许一些人想吵架不是一个不好的办法。如果大家想长大，想他的水平提高，所以你跟其他人联系，你的不是吵架，但是不一样的办法。对一个其他人，你在聊天，然后你的水平提高，他的水平提高，那个看起来一个大脑的比赛。Oh, already? That was 1 minute? Shit. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's like a competition between two people's solutions or ideologies in the world. And competing back and forth doesn't mean that if you feel like you're losing or winning, you necessarily are better than somebody else. It's just challenging thoughts against somebody else's. Sometimes in the challenge, you get better for it. Sometimes in the challenge, you decide that you want to change your mind. Both are valid and both are good, I think. The challenge is the worthy endeavor. Even if you don't change, and even if you do change, they're both healthy. They're both better. You're better off for either. You're better off just for the challenge. Yeah. There's no real debate on the yam versus sweet potato. USA doesn't eat real yams. Yeah, the US just uses the word yam, but it's confusing. It's a weird sope. I agree. I agree it's a superior food product version of a sope. I honestly want to try this, and if I like it better than sopes, I want to have this. But the problem is, or for me, the problem is, if I like this food that has the high ridges that also close in near the top, but are like maybe open at the very middle, then I want to know when I go to other restaurants, when I go to other Latino food serving places, how do I order this if when I order a sope, they give me what I see on Google? How do I say, no, I don't want what you just made. I want what Cilantros in Watsonville makes. How do I order that shit? What do you call that? Because literally every place I've ever been to, and I've ordered sopes. You've ordered sopes from this place. I've ordered sopes from a multitude of places and never gotten this product. So my open question is, how do I get this besides going to Watsonville, which sounds like a slog and expensive to just get this one food? Difference is not in the ingredients. It's one step of the technique. Looks tastier than the flat ones. I give you that. I agree. I'm not arguing the superiority at all. I'll say that until the cows come home. It's very much more tasty. I'd recommend going to Watsonville to try. That's the thing. I can't just go to Watsonville. It's too expensive to go to Watsonville. The debate is if it's okay to call the yellow things yams. That's stupid. I agree it's okay. I think it comes from different food cultures. I think the US just is confused about a lot of things, right? The US uses weird, baffling, and confusing terms and pronunciation for all sorts of random shit, and it just gets things wrong and then leaves it that way for a long ass time. The entire world outside of the US calls the foil that we use to cook with aluminium. Why does the US not call it aluminium? It just seems like we're backwards there, right? We're the one place that seems to not want to use that standard. The vast majority of English-speaking places, I had another one queued up and I can't think of it. Crap. We just seem to get a lot of shit wrong, and we leave it wrong for a long time. Begging the question is another one. People use begging the question in the US to replace the terms prompting the question or raising the question. And we just say that one wrong over and over again. We have a drink, a seltzer water in the US called LaCroix. The company, when you look up how to pronounce the shit that they write on the can, they say it's pronounced LaCroix, but they spell it like the French words La Croix. The cross. And it's named after the Cross River in Wisconsin. Am I right? But Wisconsinites have been pronouncing it this degenerate American way for so long that they don't even know how to pronounce La Croix correctly. So they pronounced that river incorrectly for a long time. And then that influenced the seltzer company to also name their seltzer the incorrect pronunciation as a result, right? Japan there's a company in Japan called what's their name? What's the company that made Mega Man? Shit. Why am I drawing a blank on their name? The company that made Mega Man, Capcom. Oh my god. Capcom made a Resident Evil game based in Romania. And this is a Japanese company, right? A Japanese company based a Resident Evil game, Resident Evil 8, in Romania. And they gave the main bad guy a very Romanian name, Lady Dimitrescu. That is her name in Romanian. And in Japanese, they fucked up her name, and then they localized the name, the pronunciation of her name, to the North American audience. And they used their fucked up pronunciation in Japan and used in the American localization, they call her Domitresk. Domitresk. Her name is Dimitrescu. And they fucked it up really bad. Is America bad at language? Absolutely. Will we get yams wrong? Absolutely. Will we get sopes wrong? Perhaps. That's the argument. Oh, yeah. Your background might have more people that called a certain thing a certain name. Mexican food is goated. 100%. I love almost every Mexican food I've ever tried. How dare there be so many streamers I like vying for my attention at the same time? Bear Kitty, just stay with me and watch me and give all of your attention to me. Here's the thing. You could also watch other people on Twitch if you'd like and just have a separate window open and watch me on YouTube, because I also stream on YouTube, on Kick, on Trovo, and I'm really trying to increase my YouTube ad revenue. The lovely thing about watching on YouTube is I get a pretty good kickback from people just watching. Whereas on Twitch, it's usually based on like donations and bit gifts and all that sort of thing, and subs. And on YouTube, you can contribute based on ad revenue alone. Yeah. The begs the question, fight has been lost, I'm afraid. I don't think so. And the reason why it hasn't been lost is because we still have a legal system in the US. The US is filled with lawyers, and lawyers control language in our culture. And lawyers use the term beg the question to mean a very specific thing, a fallacy and logical argument that you can say, objection, Your Honor. The witness is begging the question. And the justice or the judge will say, sustained. You know, you are using the premise as part of your argumentative conclusion, and that is a logical fallacy. Please rephrase what you're trying to say or use a different premise to your argument. It is a canned phrase, and it means something specific, and it's legal, and it will always mean that as long as lawyers protect that language. And when people say that in colloquial speech, they're just wrong. They're literally just wrong, because the legal system will not let go of that proper term. Subway lovers, I censored him for a minute. How long does what last? What is that, Mandarin? Yeah, that's Mandarin. That's what the code swap does. If we play devil's advocate, we could say that words are just socially constructed and accepted by consensus. True. And Sam, to that argument, what a sope is, based on Google, based on the mass consensus, is not a food that closes near the top. Enough people get it wrong, then they eventually become right. Majority consensus. So if enough people pronounce GIF wrong, then it becomes right. I would argue, except when you own something. So GIF is actually like owned by, or it was created by somebody. So if you pronounce it wrong long enough, you don't take ownership from them. You just pronounce it wrong for a long time, right? When something is owned by somebody, like let's say you wrote a book and you wrote a character's name and you say, this character's name is pronounced Nynaeve, and you spell it in a way that nobody agrees with you. Your entire fan base will say, we all pronounce it a different way. Hermione, we all pronounce it a different way. And we disagree with the author. The author still brought that into existence. The creator brought it into existence. You can't shift things away from them so that they don't own the pronunciation anymore. Does that make sense? So I think there's some ways in which the tyranny of democracy doesn't actually take away the rights of somebody to have a definition of something. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Language is descriptive, not prescriptive. So there isn't, I think you meant prescriptive. So there isn't really even right or wrong. In most cases, I agree with you. In some cases, like ownership of IP, I disagree with you. That should be owned by the person who invented it. I love my Kumara. What's a Kumara? Communication trumps all. Accuracy is only as important as needed by the speaker and their audience. Right. So, for example, if I say, I saw this really funny animated GIF earlier today, and literally everybody in my audience understands what the fuck I just said, the fact that I said GIF and other people might disagree with me doesn't matter because you all got the thought in your head that I wanted to communicate. We did a proper communication. We succeeded. I agree with you there. Yeah. A rose is a rose by any other name is all I'm saying. Yeah, as long as everybody understands that what you're talking about is a rose. That's my problem. Cilantros has ruined sopes for me. They suck at every other restaurant. So in other words, you've had something specific and what's the word I'm looking for when only one vendor does it? Boutique. You've had a boutique experience of some sort of Mexican food, and you can literally never go to another restaurant and get the same thing. So my argument is that the word that you want to use for that boutique experience doesn't actually work, because you can tell 1,000 other people sopes are delicious and I love them, and they'll all think of something different than what you've evoked, right? So that's where the language breaks down. You've created a subculture that does not create the proper communication. Everybody who hears you will think about the other food that you're not talking about. This may be rather another long stream. I mean, hell, that's what we do here. That is our brand. Tinfoil is much easier to spell out than aluminium. Spelling color. That's literally dropping the U is literally just Merriam-Webster. Nobody else in the US agreed with the dropping of letters. And then Merriam-Webster started a dictionary business and said, fuck all those extra letters in proper English. I think we can hone English down. I think we can optimize the English language. And guess what? They were wrong, because while it caught on in the US, it caught on literally nowhere else. South Africa, Australia, the US or the UK, and literally anywhere else where English is taught. They do not teach American spelling. They do not teach Merriam-Webster spelling. So that asshole fucked us as far as like, I'm sorry, I'm cussing so much. It's because I'm incensed. Merriam-Webster created a US and American epidemic of degenerate spelling that was not caught on, that did not catch on anywhere else. And now everywhere else in the world has to learn like the proper English spelling for things and the American degenerate spelling for things. And it really screws people up in trying to learn the English language. That there's a proper English that's used globally, and then an American English that's used just in this country, that's literally just steamrolled in because of one dude that wanted to create a dictionary where he thought the spelling could be improved. One man. I think it's a really fucked system. I completely disagree with American spelling, personally. Is there even tin in aluminium foil? Probably not. Aluminum is the original name. Blaisdell, do some research, because aluminum and aluminium are covalent from what I understand. I.e., when they discovered the metal and were really doing research and trying to give it a good name and publish that, both aluminum and aluminium were covalent, were concurrent to each other. And so there really wasn't well, this one was first and this one was second, and therefore this one's inferior. And if you really think about, disbursement around the world, aluminium is used everywhere outside of the US. Find a place where they use aluminum outside of the US, and I'll be surprised. I will really be surprised. Yeah. Changed by a journalist or not a journalist, a different scientist. Yeah. The problem with aluminium and aluminum is the argument as to whether a new element should be named with a UM or an IUM ending. And the fact is, we have plenty of both. There's barium and calcium and lots of IUM endings. And there's also, I'm drawing a blank, but there are also just UM endings as well without the I. So, damn, I can't think of any right off the top of my head, but they do exist. They do exist. Just because I can't think of it doesn't mean they don't exist. So the argument for pronunciation in either direction does exist. It's just that literally everywhere outside the US, the global consensus for that particular metal is aluminium, and then the US is the deviant. Just like the fact that this country does not use Celsius, that this country does not use metric in almost anything except in the scientific community. So you would never want to use the US for a universal standard in any sense. You don't want to use Fahrenheit, you don't want to use miles, you don't want to use anything that the US uses in a colloquial sense. If you base anything out of the US at a scientific level for your understanding, you want to only trust the scientists, because the scientists know better than to use US standards. Scientists use global standards. Everyone else in the US gets fucked over learning all these other degenerate standards. Sorry, I'm so far back behind. Let me try to catch up. September, when I go to my house sit for my parents, I will go to Cilantros and ask them, why just them? Go find somebody else. Find somebody else. Bet you $10 they're going to tell me that this is some variation from inside Mexico. Okay, well then have them source that destination. Tell me where they will say that sopes are made the way that they make them. America so great they get so much wrong. America gets a ton of things wrong. Many of us are strangely proud of being so wrong. I think that people are proud of the stuff that they've learned, that's part of their identity, which is weird to me. I would much rather be disproven. If I say something wrong on stream, dogpile me. Fact check me like crazy. Show me all the evidence in all ways that I've misspoken. And please make me a better person. I really want that. I do. I don't want to stand on a soapbox and tell you guys a certain way of belief or definition of something or a scientific fact and then be wrong and have you all believe, well, you know, D is so convincing. Well, D is very charismatic and he says things with conviction, and so I believe him. God forbid. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to question everything I say. Probably don't open a new browser tab for every single thing I claim and say, is this right? Is this right? Is this right? But for those of you that have the bandwidth, prove me wrong, please. I'd love to fix things that are wrong with me, because I want to get better. Every year of my life, I want to be better. And if I don't get challenged, I never will. Can you imagine if 5 years down the line, I've repeated the same lie over and over again on stream? Like once a month, I say the same wrong thing and literally nobody had the courage to correct me on it? I'd feel like a fool. Well, I'd feel worse than a fool. I'd feel responsible for you guys getting things wrong because you believed me. That's not fair. I really want you to prove me wrong. Yeah. I have 5 up at the moment. 1 being Magna. Oh, I love Magna. Justin is really a fantastic person. We've met him in real life. We've hung out with him and the man from the other room, and they're some of our favorite people on the face of this planet. They're really, really cool. Yeah, Magna is great. You're the only one not muted for now. Oh, thank you for that, Bear Kitty. Prescriptive, yeah. It's not just one place. Haley has added 2. Yeah, but Haley can't prove anything. Yeah, word works. With Haley, the words sope, she would know what I mean. I agree with Miriam. You do? You would rather change the English language spelling to try to like match better. I mean, Miriam didn't fix all the problems with English. He just fixed the things that he didn't like. So he still left a whole bunch of degenerate spellings. That's how I feel about William the Bastard. Maybe I don't know that part of history. What he did to the English language. William the Bastard is the problem. Miriam just attempted to redress that. I don't know about this guy. As a Webster from the USA. Wait, as a Webster? I'm kind of obligated to use our dictionaries. Oh no, is that your last name? I think that's not correct. Oh, let me take a look. We'll address that on stream. Let me take a look. I'm gonna need another like long bio break here, by the way. I apologize. Something is moving through me. In my guts, something I ate. Let me take a bio break. Take a few minutes. I'm gonna put us on a BRB screen for a little bit. I'll try to be expeditious. Beer bug. And then, oh, I do it, but I put me on there. Right? Get on up. Get on up. Get up. Get on the stake. Like a sex mistake. Whoa, that played out really weird. Please ignore my lyrics. Uh-oh. Oh, you're a fish collector. Nice. What's your favorite fish that you own? Does this work on your guys' screen? On my screen, it looks like I'm like really severely headbanging. Oh, thanks for the dirt. Tetras? Tetras are your favorite type of fish? Oh, that's cute. I like tetras. Jam says, happy Enshrouded Tuesday. Is today Tuesday for you? Wait. Where are we at on the date line? It can only be Wednesday or Thursday for you, can't it?
I can smell you.
Mary, welcome. Wait, it didn't play the video? Wait.
Give it a second.
Oh, okay. But it played the audio. The audio and the video are supposed to be matched together. Oh, it did play it? Oh, I must have been looking at the wrong part of the screen. When I heard I could smell you right in my ears, my eyes kind of darted around all over the place.
I didn't see a video, but I also.
I'm a former Sue.
Former Sue.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Former head chef.
I'm Yeti.
I'm Yeti.
And then, oh, I do it, but I put me on there. Right? Get on up. Get on up. Get up. Get on the stake. Like a sex mistake. Whoa, that played out really weird. Please ignore my lyrics. Uh-oh. I like how tonight is also Make Yeti Blush Night.
Oh yeah,
Right.
It's always make Yeti blush night. Come on.
For real, like, who are we
I
kidding?
mean, look at that smile. How can you not resist that one?
I know, right? I mean, look at that.
And the head bob. Oh, it's
That's just cheating.
You've gone and scared him away.
I'm not smiling.
But no, and Silver's put
months. I was like, oh, there's so much I want to say, but I can't say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm just gonna tease about it. I'm just gonna. Oh, you know what I should say? Oh no, I can't say that. For months, I was playing that game. Awful. It's awful on my end too. I'm not the withholding lover type. Oz is. Yeti, is there anything that when you are with somebody or sharing a household with someone, you insist on doing because you think it is a role that you absolutely need personally to take on.
Besides making porn.
Uh-oh.
I do that.
How can I, an inanimate object, create animate objects? The old Tootsie Roll question. Oz is my wife, life partner, mother of my 2 crotch groblins. Groblins? I'm just gonna roll with it. Like that wasn't a typo from the mouth. Welcome.
Streamer of Oz just logged in.
Stream of blood. Hungry like the wolf.
Don't want to trip over my own feet.
Hungry like the wolf. 5052329. Pound 9579. Oh, now.
Hungry like the Oz. Who is probably also very hungry.
Lava from a lava core. That seems
It's
very
all
safe.
there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
You actually scared me. I forgot I had that sound effect in my roster. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, wait, it's Gene Wilder. Wait, what the fuck?
You're like, oh, it's just Gene Wilder. Wait, what the fuck is Gene
Yeah,
Wilder?
it still scared me for a second. Once I realized what it was, I was like, oh, it's just like yelling at me and making me feel bad.
You do get nothing done. He's not.
Oh, okay.
I would describe it, but you're streaming.
Understood.
But it's basically me enveloping his cock in my mouth. That's it.
Well done.
Yeah.
That's a lovely dream.
Yeah. Like with my dogs, I address them the exact same way I addressed any other thing that I'm talking to. The lamp, the person standing next to the lamp, the person who the lamp was made out of.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
Disregard that for legal reasons.
Fantastic. Like your Mickey is just like.
Oh, I wish I could hear.
I wish I could record it. I feel like if I record it, if I pull up like Audacity or whatever and do like a Windows recording, it's just gonna come out normal because nothing, everything is pitched. Audacity's gonna be pitched too high too. I wonder if somebody clips what is going on. Will it stay?
If anybody wants it, just behind this big tall boy. Ooh.
I see no tall boy.
Oh, wide boy. Ooh. If you see a wide boy at the side of the road.
Welcome. I didn't even put on clothes. I just we're robing it tonight. Robe is clothes, so I'm clothed, but with robe. And I encourage you to do the same. Be comfy tonight. Comf it up.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Welcome.
Comf it up. Oh, that's the Welcome clip. Will we play this game? Maybe, but I just want to. We'll get through this. I promise. We'll get through this, and then we'll figure out what the fuck we're doing in this game. No ad break. Hang on. Pause. Snooze that ad break for 5 minutes, please. Okay, it's done. Okay, Blaisdell might be fact checking me, which, mind you, I mentioned I love. Please, fact check me. Let's browser this. Source. Okay. So, what does this say here? Etymology. The names aluminium and aluminum are derived from the word alumine, an obsolete term from alumina, the primary natural occurring oxide of aluminium. Aluminium was borrowed from French, blah, 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 origins. Okay. Humphrey Davy performed the number of experiments aimed to isolate the metal, is credited as the person who named the element. The first name proposed for the metal to be isolated from alum was alumium, which is not either of the ones that we currently use, which Davy suggested in an 1808 article on his electrochemical research, published blah, blah, blah. The name was created from the English word alum and the Latin suffix ium, but it was customary then to give elements names originating in Latin, so the name was not adopted universally. Criticized by contemporary chemists, the name should be named for the oxide alumina from which it would be isolated. So the English name alum does not come directly from Latin, whereas alumina comes from the Latin word alumen. Okay, so 1812, scientist Thomas Young wrote an anonymous review of Davy's book, which he proposed the name aluminium instead of aluminum, which he thought had a less classical sound. The name persisted, although the spelling was occasionally used in Britain. The American scientific language used ium from the start. In other words, ium was the one, aluminium was the one that was sort of persisting from the beginning. And then the was occasionally used. Which seems to purport what I was saying. Blah, 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 blah. In England and Germany, Davy's spelling aluminum was initially used until, okay, so that changes things. Until German chemist Friedrich Wöhler published his account of the Wöhler process in 1827, which used the spelling aluminium, which caused that spelling's largely wholesale adoption in England and Germany, with the exception of a small number of what Richards characterized as patriotic English chemists that were averse to foreign innovations, who occasionally used aluminum. So, most scientists throughout the world used ium in the 19th century, and it was entrenched in several other European languages, such as French, German, and Dutch. But in 1828, American lexicographer Noah Webster, probably known for the Webster Dictionary, entered only the aluminum spelling in the American Dictionary of the English Language. So this fucker just stepped in, not a scientist, decided the would be correct. In the 1830s, the spelling gained usage in the US. By the 1860s, it had become the more common spelling there outside science, which I already disagree with right out of the gate. By 1892, Hal used the spelling in his advertising handbill for his new electrolytic method of producing the metal, despite his constant use of the spelling in all patents he filed. So even the asshole that was talking about his method of making aluminium, in everything legal, he called it aluminium. But in advertising, he called it aluminum. What a dick. No wonder there's a frustration about this word. It's unknown whether the spelling was introduced by mistake or intentionally. Hall preferred aluminum since its introduction because it resembled platinum, the name of a prestigious metal. So it was just an advertising campaign there. In 1890, the IUM spelling, aluminium, became slightly more common, but by 1895, the situation reversed. 1900, aluminum was twice as common. Yeah, so this does not necessarily solve the answer. The answer is both were crazy and were used all the time, back and forth, flip-flopping, and single people were trying to change the entire culture around the pronunciation of that word. William the Bastard and his Norman barbarians forced French into English. Yeah, that was a very long time ago, though. It's probably most of it stuck. Can words really be owned, though? Yes. I'm sure I know the lawyer's answer, but it's also an interesting question. It reminds me of the debate whether math is created or simply discovered. Math is explained, right? Nobody ever discovers math. The only thing that people do, or I guess nobody ever creates math, I guess is the right answer. Discovering is probably the right term. We only find new ways of creating an understanding around mathematics, but those new ways of understanding existed already. So when a very smart mathematician says, hey, I think I've solved this really complex problem, what they've really done is come to an understanding of how the problem can be solved, not invented the solution per se, but like found that they've applied a certain methodology to solution and it worked. They didn't find anything new. They've found things that already existed. Does that make sense? It's like when you discover an island, you didn't make that island out of nothing. You ran into it with your ship. You found it with your ship. The relationship between the sides of a right angle remains true whether there is a Pythagoras or not. Right. The Pythagorean theorem, just named after him because he was famous for talking about it. But he didn't create a law of triangles. It existed well before he was ever born. Will I give him credit? And in some cases, they do remove credit. Maybe less so in math, because I think people really do value who discovered something, and they want to sort of say thank you for your work. Thank you for stumbling upon this, or thank you for seeing the world in this way. But as an example, with biology, there are a number of places that were named after a scientist. I can't think of any off the top of my head because this is more Oz's field than mine. But there are certain cases in which somebody called like a certain fissure in the skull or a certain like dangle in your internal bits. It was like this scientist's dangle or this scientist's fissure. And we've since started to backpedal on that and say, you know what? The human body should never be owned by a single scientist. Because you were the first scientist to look at something, you shouldn't get to name every single human being's body that has this shit in it. Imagine if the appendix was named after like Costco. Oh, do you need your Costco appendix removed? It just sounds gross. But we put single scientists, single discovery, whatever, researchers' names on objects inside of our own body. And we're moving away from that standard is my point. The scientific community has agreed this shit sucks. I don't want to call parts of my body, I don't want to use somebody's surname. Dr. blah, blah, blah's, right fingertip or whatever. It's gross. And we don't like that standard. We were okay with it a long time ago, and now we disagree. And I think math is okay with it, but anatomy is not. That's why when we mess up French names pronunciation, I also support that. I'm okay with us messing up pronunciations as long as we're consistent. Like if everybody in America pronounces a French word a certain way, that's just the American pronunciation of that word. That's fine. That doesn't usually happen. Most people in America try to get things remotely correct. And so I appreciate that part. People don't pronounce sushi like with a long I, like sushi. If you said it that way, everybody would look at you like you're a dumbass. So for the most part, we at least give it a college try. And that's fine enough for me. I don't need languages to be completely phonetically accurate with foreign language. Both names emerged at approximately the same time. Yeah. Aluminium and aluminum. Yeah. Molybdenum. There's a UM. Thank you. And platinum versus, in the Wikipedia article, they said platinum was another one that's just UM. I met Magna on one of those sites. Oh, I see. Merriam didn't go far enough. I'd agree. He either needed to overhaul the entire English spelling system, which is all foobar, or needed to just stick with the English standard. And as far as Merriam's work in labeling, and making an entire dictionary, what's probably the smarter of the two options is just use the English spelling. That way, British English and American English didn't have disparities. Why create disparities? The language is called English. It comes from England. If America steps in and says, this is how we pronounce it, the world has the right to say, you were wrong. And so far, the world has done that. Color is spelled with a U. Theater is spelled with an R-E. Nobody takes the American spelling as standard. No other country considers American English the standard and the right to do so, because America didn't agree on that shit. Just that one fucker decided he was going to spell things different. And so I agree with the rest of the world. I think the consensus is when a country has a language, England has English, they reserve the exclusive right to tell you how their words are glyphed. And the alphabet, the glyphing of the English language using the phonetic alphabet, that's not their alphabet, right? The letter C is pronounced a bunch of different ways depending on what country you're in. SH exists in a very specific, subset of cultures. If you go to Spain and try to spell a word with SH, it doesn't make any sense. That's an English construct because that alphabet doesn't exist as only England's alphabet. It didn't originate in England. It wasn't invented in England. It was adopted by England. So even the spelling of English should just be something that they decided that they wanted to do with the phonetic alphabet and say, this is how we take the alphabet and how we use it to pronounce our funny sounds, and nobody else has the rights on that. America should dissolve and forego all rights to spell things in a way that's different from England. America does not have a de jure language, so they have no rights to announce that this is the official way to spell literally fucking anything because there's no de jure language in this country. That's my take. Where did I leave off? Probably some bad soap paste you ate. Nice. Are we done with the OMORI tonight? No, not necessarily. I'm going to stay up past my usual stream time, by the way. I skipped another stream to watch. I'm sorry, Kara. I'm sorry, but not sorry. Honestly, this is why I stream, is for conversations like this. We have another hour. No, don't believe the schedule. I'll stay up later. We're mostly right, just nothing about covalence. What was I saying about covalence? 1066, not that long. I mean, that's like 100 years ago, right? Discovering math's Platonic realism. Shit, that's a full other rabbit hole. I do want to look that up, but I'll look that up like in my own time because I don't want to be the person that completely never played the game that I said I was going to stream because I was researching Platonic realism. Mathematicians can invent an algorithm. But the algorithm, when you say invent, what they're really doing is describing something that has existed before that person came to being. It's just that other humans didn't stumble upon it yet. And when that mathematician said, hey, I stumbled upon this and I can explain it to the rest of you, then everybody's aware of it, whereas before they weren't aware of it. So I would say invent maybe isn't the right term because that's bringing something into existence that couldn't have ever been made by somebody else, maybe. But maybe that's not true, right? Maybe the word invent is loaded because literally everybody on this planet could invent the inventions that were already invented before, right? The cotton gin and the CMOS silicon switches and everything. Like, could anybody invent the computer? Yeah, anybody could invent electric AC current and DC current. Somebody did, and then they shared that information with everybody else. But it could have been invented by somebody else. One person did, but it didn't have to be that person. It wasn't brought into existence. It was just invention is discovery, right? All invention is just discovery. It's not I made something out of nothing. It's that I discovered how to do something. I think. They're credited for creating proofs. I would say discovering proofs. I don't like the use of the word create or invent so much. I think discovery is better. Did someone invent the Pythagorean theorem? I would disagree. Discover is the right word, I think. It was true before humans were around, and it'll be true after we're gone. Yes, exactly. What if every time you use the Pythagorean theorem, you had to pay royalties? Good God, that's probably the way it's going to be in future discoveries, right? People are going to say, I discovered this and I monetize this forever. Just 1 penny. If you use it, it's just 1 penny, but then they'll become a billionaire because of how many people have to use their shit. We do allow algorithms to be patented? To some degree, I suppose we do, but we do allow discoveries to be patented, right? You discover something, you can own something in that. You discover new land, you can own that land because of your discovery. You know, we have rules around discovery being monetized. We give credit to certain people who made linear and non-linear approximation algorithms. We give credit, but we don't necessarily call that you made that from scratch. I think we do generally believe that those are discoveries, not inventions per se. Most every data package ever used has loads of math theorems programmed in, and if you work with data, you're using them all without giving those people a single dime. Yeah, but that's the lovely part about open sourcing and about how people feel generally generous to other people. We do like to give. The vast majority of us, when we're in our healthiest state, want what we've found to be a benefit to humankind and not necessarily to our own benefit. Algorithm isn't discovered because it's not like an observation. They are, though, aren't they? No one discovered the recipe for a sope. Didn't they, though? Kind of. They invented it. I mean, the original sope was sort of like you didn't make something exist that couldn't have existed through somebody else's hands. You're just the first person to do it. I would call it more of a discovery than an invention. But I think the word invent just doesn't mean enough on its own. I think invent implies things that people take in different directions. I think when we think of the word invent, we think when somebody brings it into existence, it had no other means except that one person to do so. And I disagree with that. I think somebody else could also have made a sope given the time and the resources and the right mental stimulus to do so. I don't think one person thought up a sope and literally nobody else could also think up a sope, if that makes sense. And so, in my opinion, the word invent probably encapsulates the concept of discovery versus the concept of creation of something impossible to be created by somebody else. Yeah. The same token, the object or concept already existed regardless of the word. So how can you take ownership? And the only reason we allow ownership of things is because if you're the first one to do a discovery, we laud that, right? We elevate that. We say, okay, you have done this thing, and therefore, because nobody else did this thing yet, that's super important. We really like that idea that you were like the first one, and we want to celebrate that. And in fact, we want to make you have a better life as a result. I don't think that's a terrible idea. I don't necessarily see a problem with, because nobody else has worked on this before, and it's really a you thing now. Therefore, we want to celebrate you. We want to give you extra monies. We want to give you like a certificate or whatever, and say thank you for what you did. Because now we don't have to wait as long for somebody else to discover it down the line. Algorithm is just another word for recipe, and recipe is just like following a certain set of instructions, right? So instructions can be found randomly. They're not invented by, or they're not, I don't want to use the word invented. They're not created by a person from nothing. By the same token, I think I already read that, sorry. Patents are 15 years, not forever. That's true. You can only own something for so long, but you can renew a patent, right? Something doesn't come into public domain for like 100 years or something like that. What's the intellectual property law on that? You can't actually own something past a certain amount of years, but you can renew a patent, or you can renew intellectual property on the thing and own it for a very long period of time. Oh, Nico! I didn't know you were streaming when you popped in and said hi. Hello and welcome, Raiders. All right. The Instagram, I think the Instagram feed already died a long time ago, but hi, everybody. We're discussing sort of like the concept of owning ideas. I know this got really like convoluted, but we're stuck in white space and I'm not quite sure what the next step is. And people started to get into deep conversation as to like what defines a sope. I know this is a really weird tangent for you to be running in on, but this matters. So I need you, one, to tell me what you think a sope should be, what it looks like, and how it's made. And two, if you think that other things that aren't a sope could be one.
This takes forever keeping this fire going. It's not hard, I just have to continuously keep putting fucking
wood on it.
We're playing Green Hell. I loved this game. It really did.
Viewer discretion is advised.
We never finished. Or we never finished like the expansion, the DLC. It'd be nice to go back, but it's such a stream killer too. Nobody wants to watch us play Green Hell. Thank you, Uncle Nico. Please, those of you who are watching, go send him a follow if you haven't already. It's super important. If you like me, you'll love him because we don't go on. He doesn't go on nearly as long. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Pseudo intellectual tangents like we're on tonight. You can actually watch a game getting played. Okay. Yeah, algorithms really are just recipes. If you don't invent a food recipe, then invention has no meaning. I just don't like the word invent. I think we're stuck on the word invent, meaning some people will look at the word invent and think you've created something from nothing. Some people will look at the word invent and think you've discovered something other people haven't gotten to yet. Avocado smeared on toast. Would somebody eventually make that happen? The probability is quite high, right? So is that an invention when somebody does that? Or did you just discover a food combination? Nachos, putting like chips and cheese and other toppings all together is like a main dish. That's named after a guy, Ignacio. Ignacio, the nickname for Ignacio is Nacho. So the food nachos is named after somebody named Ignacio, right? So that's a named food product, or like a Caesar salad, or, you know, things that have somebody's name ascribed to them. Did that person make something that literally nobody else would ever stumble upon in the history of humankind? I doubt that. I think the nacho food might eventually be made by somebody else if that person Nacho didn't make them first. So I wonder if the word invent really means what we all think it means. And the problem with using a word like invent is you might be talking to somebody and you think invent means create, and they think invent means discover, and you're both using the same word, but you have two different ideas. You're philosophically not even talking about the same thing anymore. How can you fight with, how can you debate with somebody if you don't even use, if you're not even talking about the same thing? Your terms don't match up. I think you invent a sope but discover a theorem. I ban the word invent in this conversation. Same thing with the telephone. Multiple people invented it separately. Right. So it was like more discovered than created, right? Because we were all kind of like there on the cusp. One guy got to the patent office first. Exactly. So he didn't create something new. Other people were also doing it. It wasn't just one person. Or else the word invention has no meaning. Yeah, 100%. Great Sope discourse was actually a very involved debate. I think this was good. Honestly, I really appreciate this. Hi, Lady Nico. How you been, by the way? Give Nico all the loves and his little potato Kato. Yes. If you don't know, Nico has this beautiful doggo, beautiful puppo named Kato, who's the real star of the Nico show. Not totally, though. I think Harry Potter was invented, for example. So that's a good point. Like, could somebody sit down and write the entire Harry Potter world? That one's a little bit tricky. Putting together the ingredients of a sope are more plausible at random than writing the entire Harry Potter universe. I feel like Harry Potter was created using that form of invented versus discovered. Harry Potter's universe wasn't sitting there waiting for somebody to stumble upon it. If Rowling did something else with her life, nobody would probably have made a Harry Potter universe, or just that same universe, right? Be something different. So I just don't like the word invent because it doesn't mean the same thing for everybody. In other words, yeah. If you're stuck on white space, I'd just like to say the way to progress is very simple, not anything convoluted. I think I will find it. I just need, we're having such a great conversation. I think I will get to it. I just don't know what it is just yet. When someone does it for the first time, it is the invention. Sure, maybe. Proving that it is a harder thing. Caesar salad, perfect example. Caesar Cardini invented it. It does mean what we think it means. I don't think everybody thinks invention is the same thing, though. Some people do think invention means discovery. Like the Higgs boson. The Higgs boson is named after Higg, right? Professor Higg, whatever his name is. But he didn't make the boson out of nothing. He discovered it. And so we think of the term invented in that regard to mean create as opposed to, discover as opposed to create. Invent is just a loaded word that doesn't mean what people thinks it means, right? Invent means create for the first time. I don't think everybody has a consensus on that. I don't feel like everybody agrees with you on that. That's why only one person invented the telephone. I still disagree with that too. Yeah. Means that, or I disagree with the fact that everybody agrees with you. Like I might agree with you on that, but I don't think everybody agrees with you on that. Even though multiple people simultaneously created the invention, because it wasn't a person, it was a microorganism. He created something new and invented it. Not all creations are inventions. That's true. But all inventions are creations? I don't know. Like, I want to say that that's how I use the word invent, but I don't know that everybody agrees with you and me. Does that make sense? Like, I want to be charitable to people that don't think the way you and I do in that regard. Discovery implies it's something latent was just observed. Yes, and I think some people call some discoveries inventions. Discovery is a good term for mathematical axioms, not algorithms. That's where we start to get into the grayness, right? Where people will disagree. You can disagree with all historians that say the person who invented the telephone was Alexander Graham Bell, but that doesn't mean you're right. No, but other people who might have also been working on the same product and may have created similar creations, but didn't get to a patent. And maybe the phone isn't a great example, but was there ever a historical example of like concurrent? Well, what about AC and DC, right? Those are like two different electrical current systems used for potential household electrical use. One was purported mostly by Edison, the other one purported by Tesla. I don't know if I'm getting all this right. I really don't know the history of inventions that deeply. I didn't think we were going to be talking about inventions tonight. But those things weren't, first of all, they weren't, AC and DC weren't invented by those people, right? They existed as natural ways to have electric current flow. And then neither one of them like beat the other one so that the other system didn't exist in the world because the one took over. You know, we have AC adapters so that we can take AC currents from the walls and convert them to DC currents for our devices. I have a whole bunch plugged into my surge protector right now. So both ended up being systems that were important. Were they invented? But they're natural phenomena of electricity. So were they discovered? But we call those people inventors, not discoverers. It's the English around that's complicated, right? Calculus was invented independently, but calculus is math that explains natural phenomena of flowing time and motion math. It explains things that already exist and move the way that they do. We just see it through the lens of calculus. So is the lens considered a creation or a discovery? Did somebody create that from nothing? Invent is not a good enough word, I think is my point. Two people around the same time. And yeah, we do have concurrencies. Spiders are a great example. There's spiders all over the world that have learned how to do web weaving, creating webs to capture prey, that didn't learn it from each other. They're disparate. They co-evolved that. And by co-evolved, I mean they didn't learn from any other resource except that different evolutionary threads all led to different spiders with no connectivity to each other that learned how to do web weaving to capture prey. So it was like each time it was discovered more than it was invented, because it was something that happened over and over and over again, and we could not credit one section of the world for web weaving spiders and then the rest of the world from learning it from those initial spiders. It was like a natural, inevitable phenomenon to eventually discover as a great way for spiders to get their prey. Something like that. I would say AC was discovered, but DC wasn't. I don't know enough about about the science of electric to compete with you there. I love AC/DC. I'm not sure it's ever been observed outside of our electronics, like in nature. Maybe DC is a discovery. I don't know. AC is an invention. I don't like that word. It doesn't explain enough to me. AC is not a natural phenomenon as far as I know. This is the most confused stream of confused I've been walking into stream. Sorry, yeah, we're several layers down deep into a rabbit hole. Calculus is a method of modeling rates and areas, but that method that could and it was right, according to the comment earlier, that was identified, or I'm going to use the word discovered, like twice, separate. Not one person included the other person and they came together to create one creation. It was stumbled upon twice, separately. When it's created separately at the same time, it's not creation then, right? It's like discovery, like a spider web. We couldn't say spider webs happened out of nothing. They seem to be sort of an inevitable path of spider evolution. So it feels more like discovery. It feels more like free will wasn't involved in calculus. Free will wasn't involved in spider web making. Right? Calculus is kind of both an invention and a discovery. The two systems created by Newton and Leibniz differed significantly in terms of notation. But notation, that's just sociopolitics, right? It's like, how do I get my ideas from my head to your head? That's based on where you live and how the systems have already sort of worked in that time, but it's the logic underneath everything that that's more meaningful, not the notation. Yeah, notation can be invented. That's not a big deal to me to agree to. And by invented, I mean created. You can create notation. Leads to another funny thing. There's a whole bunch of people who claim that using algebra is cultural appropriation. I think that's dated. Yeah, I saw claims like that maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, where people were trying to say like calculus is sort of like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a colonialization. We have this idea of perceiving the world and we want to impress it upon you to change you so that you think the way we do, when really the world has natural time or temporal math and motion math. And temporal math and motion math cannot be explained by arithmetic or algebra or trigonometry alone. You need to take one step higher and go into calculus. And once you go into calculus, you find that the arithmetic, the algebra, and the trig that you've learned are components of calculus. They are not separate, unique maths. They are tool sets to use in calculus. I intend to teach my children this, that if they stop before they hit calculus, they will not know what the hell they were learning any math for, because the static math is somewhat useless in a temporal world and in a world where things move fluidly. The movement and the time and everything that all happens in this world, and you need calculus to weave those sub-maths together into something cohesive that makes sense. But that all said, you can't call that appropriation. That's not something that one culture is determined. Find a different culture that can also explain these maths to you then, if you don't like one person's narrative of it, right? There are plenty of different ways to explain the maths of motion and time if you don't want to hear it from one cultural background. But it's not culture. Just because somebody happened to discover it doesn't mean anything about its validity. The validity of math is the math itself, not the color of the skin of the person that first started describing it. We're well past that. Now math is usable by the world, by every single human being to do great things. So don't think about who happened to think it up first, or think up how to describe it first. Using algebra as culture, citing that its development is mostly due to an Arabic dude. Who cares? Who cares who first started discussing it with people? Does it mean like conjecture you're arguing semantics at this point? I feel I somewhat agree. Aspects of calculus were discovered at least 3 times, Newton, Leibniz, and in ancient China. I don't know much about the Chinese background in calculus, but I fully believe they could discover it there too. Something can be created more than once independently. I don't think it's creation then. I think the English language then is not fully descriptive of the phenomenon that we're talking about then. If it's created multiple times, it's not a creation, right? I think multiple people are discovering the same thing. Whoever gets to the patent office or whatever socially equivalent first, then you can use the word creation in sort of like a legal term, but not anything beyond that. Da Vinci didn't discover Mona Lisa. No, and that's different, right? Like, there isn't an underlying truth in the portrait of Mona Lisa that can be used to explain a natural phenomenon that could be found by somebody else, right? That's a very different thing. That is definitely is a creation. You can't do motion math without a temporal dimension. That's true. True. First derivative of location has a unit of time in it. Yes. Were hentai dating sims invented or discovered? That's going to be maybe a little bit of both. And I think you mean created or discovered, right? I think they were like the idea of making dating sims was probably inevitable. So I think multiple cultures probably could have stumbled upon them. But the fact that they hadn't been means maybe there's a little bit of creation in there. If we saw hentai dating sims coming from other cultures that weren't in contact with Japan. And they started making them. Maybe I'd say it's sort of an inevitable path for humankind and our sexuality. But the fact that they started in Japan and then everybody else copied Japan makes me think it's much more of a creation and less of an endemic human experience specific to one region. I think that can happen too. And I think that's going to be more common in the future because we're so globalist and connected now with the internet that when somebody discovers something, you're not going to find covalent discoveries. It's going to be shared across the globe so fast that there will not be covalent discovery options available. And somebody will claim, I've discovered this and I've also created it because nobody else will now ever randomly discover this. Although, now that I just said that out loud, law, especially in the US, does seem to differentiate against that. For example, if I just know this about music because I'm a musician and I care about making sure I don't do anything illegal when I write music. If you write music and it happens to stumble upon somebody else's existing work, imagine there was a company, because this isn't too far off in the future. Imagine there's a company that used AI and generated 10 billion songs, and they used every chord progression, every beats per minute, every imaginable melody line possible, and you made a song, and then this company patent trolled you and said, excuse me, you just wrote a song that we've already copyrighted and monetized, and we're going to sue you because your song matches up with our song called, and then they give you this long hexadecimal number. It's like, this is the name of the song that you did the same beats per minute, the same chord progression, the same, this, and this, and therefore we're taking you to court. The answer when it comes to IP and creating music that's different than other people is if you stumble upon somebody else's work, but you didn't actually show fandom of their work or have explicit connection to that band's music, the reasonable doubt clause for proving guilty kicks in, and you'll usually, what's the word I'm looking for? Usually be exonerated in cases like that if there's no absolute proof that you were stalking that musician, listened to their music regularly, and channeled it into your own music. Because there's a bit of reasonable doubt that if you weren't a fan of, didn't listen to, didn't have access to this song by this other random act, then everybody just believes you probably discovered or stumbled upon the same sort of music that they did at random, and it wasn't a theft case. As long as it wasn't overtly theft, and it's hard to prove overt theft in cases of music, except in certain extremely rare cases, they'll usually get you off the hook. We almost had a flip-flop on that type of intellectual property law with a rap artist who tried to sue Katy Perry for Dark Horse, if you know the song Dark Horse. If you don't know the song Dark Horse, go to your favorite streaming website for music, whatever that happens to be. Look up Dark Horse by Katy Perry. It's an older song now. And initially, the court said it's a very similar song, and Katy Perry should owe some reparations to this other, I think it was a rap artist, who used a similar enough backing track to her work to deserve getting payment for it. And then there was an appeal filed or something happened, and the case was reanalyzed, and they realized, and this is the case, you can watch, there's like an Adam Neely YouTube documentary on this, that both of these songs really owe a bit of homage to an old Art of Noise song from like the 1980s. Like they're both sort of grandchildren of a much older sort of take on music, and Art of Noise never sued anybody for having similar sort of sounds to their song that inspired so much other works. Art of Noise is just a very inspirational band. for their time. And so to have a lot of other electronic music inspired by their acts, to them wasn't a big deal. It was just a big deal for these people that thought maybe we can steal some of Katy Perry's money and make a big intellectual property case on it. And then they reopened the case and discovered, you know what? We don't feel like she's really in the wrong here. You both are derivative acts of somebody else entirely. And there's no reasonable belief. There's no reasonable proof that either of you deliberately stole from either each other or from Art of Noise, and that your works are just unique and your own individual flower, and that's fine that happens. Yeah. Why can words be owned if cultures or individuals don't own the ideas or discovery that the words describe? It depends on the things that the words... Hello, Kit. It depends on the words. Like, some words really cannot be owned, right? So you can try to copyright certain words and the Copyright Office will deny you your attempts. But certain phrases and certain words can be copyrighted, and that's just how intellectual property law works around that. Like, just the words like "I'm loving it" for McDonald's or whatever. How did they gain the rights to say those 3 or 4 words with a contraction and be able to sue anybody else who tries to do the same thing? I'm not sure what the like minimal offering is. How narrow can you get with the scope before the Copyright Office says no, it's too meta, too many people could potentially use that, so we don't approve of that usage. I'm not informed in that particular regard. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I'm not sure if dating sims are inevitable. You could imagine our species set off on a different course, never inventing them. Maybe. That's getting real deep philosophically. I don't know how we define things that are potentially inevitable or things that describe like natural phenomena. I don't know that dating through artificial computational means is necessarily inevitable, whereas calculus is necessarily inevitable. The systems to describe it might be created, but the underlying mathematics of how water flows or shadows move when the sun traverses the sky, those things are inevitable natural forces, whether a human exists on this planet or not, right? Words can be owned in certain contexts. Yeah. Thank you for the lurk. Say hi to Teddy for me. Yeah, I know certain words can be like the word GIF, right? Is GIF a trademark by the person who invented it? The graphics interface, whatever GIF stands for. One core aspect of anthropology is questioning the assumption that developments in human evolution, invention, or culture are inevitable. It's a good question. So what do we, is there like a scientific consensus? Do we think like a lot of the things that happened with anthropology are inevitable? Or do we feel like many of those things are unique and endemic to those people, and we owe the ancestors of that particular culture a great debt because it wouldn't naturally occur almost anywhere else, but it happened to occur there? It's a good question. I can make up a word, blah, 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 and it sounds like asa dilf jerk, but not asa of the jerk or ice of the jerk because I said so, and I want $100 every time someone types it. I don't know that anybody would agree with that part, right? Especially the typing part. But there are instances where if somebody were to misuse somebody else's copyright, they do owe damages, or they have to, get approval somehow. I don't think the discovery of calculus was inevitable. I think it was a result of us having intelligence to figure it out. Not that the discovery of calculus was inevitable, but that calculus itself is, it exists whether or not we discover it, right? Like gravitational force exists whether or not we believe in it or discover it or understand it in any way. We can't no mind it and then disapprove of the rules and do something different. So it was never going to be an invention. It was just going to be a how do we formulate it in our brains. Even though they might develop an instinct for understanding it on some level, Calculus wasn't inevitable, but it is true, independent of humans existing. Yeah. So in other words, the formulae or the structure of calculus from human to human, teaching it to each other and using it as a system that we all agree upon. That part is not inevitable. That was invented. Hello, Sanaya. Yes, we are stuck. We're stuck in white space in Omori, and eventually going to try to find my way out. If you trademarked it and someone used it commercially, you'd have the opportunity to sue them, depending on what. You could even trademark certain things, and if it depending on how it's used, because fair use can bypass trademark. So there's a lot of ways in which you cannot sue, depending on how people use it. Force them to license it from you, yeah. If it's a word you invented, that doesn't necessarily mean you own the rights to litigate against other people using it. You're confusing calculus with physics, though. Well, I mean, so calculus describes physics, but it describes other things that aren't physics too, like the rate of appreciation of a financial resource. That's not a physics thing. That's something. Finances are something that humans constructed and set rates and rules to, and then calculus can kind of sometimes describe the movement of that too. So it describes things that are non-natural as well, but it's still not inventive of something brand new. It's descriptive in a way that is formulaic, that doesn't necessarily require one person to tell you how it works. It would exist there without our understanding as well. To sue people, so it's not about truth, it's about money and authority. I mean, in some cases that's true. All property comes from a nation's ability to enforce property laws. That is true, 100%. I can make fanfic little music video about a book using movie stars and clips. Until I'm making money, it's not going to be a big deal. That's true too. Intellectual property only matters when somebody levies their right to sue you. So you can invent and create new things that are derivative works of other people, and I wouldn't call that. I would call that creation as opposed to discovery. 50 Shades of Grey was a great example, right? Wasn't that a Twilight fanfic? So it was not created from scratch, but it wasn't discovered out of nothing. So it was derived from something else that existed already. It's its own sort of sub-creation, but it wasn't 100% fabricated from nothing at all. So even the words create and discover don't fulfill all of our needs to describe everything on a legal pretense. And 50 Shades of Grey didn't get sued by the lawyers that would protect Twilight's IP, were they? Or were they sued? I don't know. I don't know all the background on that one. Before that, it falls partially under fair use. Depends. So if you're making a music video about a book, if you're doing like a critique or like a social response on something, it might count as fair use. But if you're monetizing their content and trying to create your own like story that's not reactionary in any way, you fall out of fair use and you can be sued. Calculus models rates and areas and volumes. It does not describe physics. It does describe physics. Have you never taken like a high-end physics class? High-end physics classes show you where all of those memorized formulas that you took in like Physics 101 come from. So when you learn like angular momentum and you learn the rule sets and you memorize certain formulae, and maybe in Physics 101 they say here's the formula, we give you this number, and then you derive this number based on the ones we gave you, and then you do some math to discover the unknown. In higher level physics, you learn how that formula was created. So you can actually make formulae from scratch as long as you know enough calculus and the natural phenomena to apply so that you can make those formulas yourself. I don't recommend it because if you're a physicist, and you're actually doing this as a career. You're not going to be creating formulas from scratch. Kind of all of that is mostly been done until you get into like, work for CERN for quantum entanglement and that sort of like high level quantum mechanics sort of stuff. But calculus absolutely helps us model and describe the works of physics in the world. Physics describes physics. Physics needs calculus to best describe physics. Yeah. Physics uses calculus to model the phenomena it describes. I think we might be saying the same thing. I think we agree, but we're saying it in different ways. A trademark not enforced is not worth a cent. True. It was a Twilight fanfic, and they changed the names to avoid getting sued. Right. And that's one thing you can do, too, is if you know your work is derivative, it's not perfectly created, it's not discovered, but it's something that is absorbing somebody else's work and then using that to fill part of your work. 40% of 50 Shades of Grey was Twilight inspired or induced or whatever, then you have to do extra work on top of that to make sure that you don't get, jumped, the legal team that control the estate for Twilight don't jump down your throats and try to take you for every cent you've got. If you change just enough, and they probably had a good, legal counsel that says, okay, if you want to do the story, you can do the story. Here's the minimal stuff that you need to do to fix this so that you'll never get sued. And if you really don't want to get sued, you'll also change, these other factors as well, and just really protected and covered their hides. And I think, they were a success. To my knowledge, I don't know anything that was like levied against the 50 Shades of Grey author to try to get reparations or damages for Twilight for losing revenue. Yes, the physics using calculus. Many of the physics formulas actually come from calculus. Right, yeah. You cannot describe physics in perfection unless you take things that we already understand in calculus. A great example are the relationships between location, movement, or change in location, which would be what? Is that velocity? Is velocity the right term? And then change in velocity, which would be called acceleration. Acceleration, velocity, and location are all integral or derivative, depending on which direction you're going, related to each other. So calculus helps us understand those phenomena in physics. And they give us the sort of the groundwork to explain those systems. I hold 4 copyrights for my books. Someone cannot write a book using my characters in my world. They can create a similar world with all new characters on very much the same themes, though. That makes sense to me. And they should be able to, in my opinion. For very advanced physics, it's only the calculus that we have to understand physical relationships that we can't even test observationally. Right. If you look up, literally if you care, go to Google, do a search for quantum physics discovery news, and you'll find a bunch of things that have been discovered in the last year. I feel like quantum physics discoveries are speeding up. We're speeding up in what we find. And when you read the articles, you're going to find at least half the articles that you read. I'm making up a statistic, but I think this is more than accurate. More than half of the articles you read are going to say, here's what was discovered. How was it discovered? Did we actually collide particles? Did we actually observe natural phenomena? No. What happened was we used calculus and high-end computers, and we modeled or created a system analysis of natural phenomena, and then we used the math to extrapolate information. We haven't actually determined that this exists in the real world because we might not have the tools to do so. But the math and the computers that we have, we can do systems analysis and discover new things about the world. And the accuracy of those findings is pretty high. So we do need math to help us understand physics in those regards. Absolutely. Position, velocity, and acceleration. Oh, yeah. So I did say it right, yeah. Derivative of acceleration is called jerk. Oh, that's weird. I mean, acceleration to me feels like the jerk. Because if you accelerate in a way that you're that you don't know what's going to happen, especially if the acceleration value is quite high, I would feel jerked. But I guess I understand. Then you have position, velocity, acceleration, and jerk are all, derivative or integral based. Thanks. I'm glad that somebody else knows what I'm talking about as far as that regards. When acceleration itself increases or decreases, you feel the jerk. Yeah. Absolutely. We're all caught up with chat. I'm going to stay up. I'm going to stay up at least another hour. I'm going to try to get myself in white space. I will. But that also means I have to figure out what the fuck I'm doing in white space and how the hell I can get out of here. Because so far, none of the things that I'm seeing here have anything to do with white space. These all look like things. First of all, I don't know why it says collect keys to fill in the blanks. I don't know what keys means. I thought it meant like keys on the keyboard. Because I see A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And I tried like hitting a bunch of these keys to see if any of them allowed things to get discarded. And it just didn't. It didn't do it. There are keys along the top. It just says hangman though. So do we have to run around and try to solve a hangman puzzle? The door won't let us out at all. You just do nothing. You stare at the door. Our OMORI character won't leave. You can stare at the light. I think you have to do it from here. And it's so black you can't see anything when you stare at the light. It's just the same thing. There's nothing to do there. We've looked at the sketchbook. Nothing's changed. So I don't think there's anything new to derive from this. And I don't know that there's any clues to get. It's so cryptic. Tissues don't say anything. Kitty doesn't say anything. We've tried dodging the little spork sperms. And, we've tried getting caught by them. Neither of those seem to work to do anything per se. What's up? Oh my god, be at home. The third derivative would need to be greater than 1 to feel jerked. Yeah, that makes sense. Because his own sister. Oh, yes, to me. I'm still here if you need a hint. I might need a hint. Can we dodge these things forever? I guess you can just stay around and let the sperm chase you until it doesn't. Can we gather a whole bunch of sperm? What if we gather all the spork sperms and connect them up together? I don't think they're tetherable. When you get close to another one, the other one stops moving. I'm pretty sure. Oh god. I'm pretty sure when you get one moving, it stops the other ones from moving. So the game engine isn't that particularly nuanced. Wait, there's a thing here. We discovered a new thing. I didn't even mean to do this. He's been here before. He just needs a minute to get his focus back. It's true. I feel it's my duty as a mod to ban those who feel strong increase in acceleration in this channel. I appreciate that. Yes, please get rid of the jerks. A message displayed around 4 hours ago. Do you remember it? I do not remember it, actually. But I found this thing, and this was completely random that I found it. What did I get? You found a map? Wait, how do I... What the fuck kind of a map is this? Okay, I need to get closer to my screen. What is going on? There's like a weird It's like a weird pyramid in the top left on its own little island. Then there's a castle across the bridge from there. There's some mountains. It looks like maybe a little tower or something in the center of the island. Lots of question marks. There's this weird like offshore thing in the bottom left of the screen. Or sorry, middle left of the screen. Then there's like an underworld for sure. It's like a hell underneath all of this. That's kind of interesting. There's bridges that go off to the left and right completely. Do they loop, I wonder? And then you have these other places that they look like they're connected by ladder instead of by bridge, which makes me think they're floating. You can't tell whether they're floating or not because it's not like they cast a shadow that makes it obvious that they're floating, but I believe they look like they're floating, not least of which because the smaller of the two islands connected by ladders looks like it has pinwheels sticking out of the top, which would make you think it's like higher up elevation, so it's using wind derived. Oh God, what a time for Twitch ads. That happened. Then the other big one that's up higher than that looks like a complete sphere. Then it wouldn't be an island, it would be like a globe dangling over the entire island. Interesting. So completely global. It said something fell nearby. I'm not gonna lie. I take the games that I play seriously. I do. I really do. But I don't remember seeing that something fell nearby at all. I probably don't know what I would do without you guys helping me out with these games. Because sometimes streamer brain just kicks in and I feel like I'm giving the game my 100% and I'm really trying to memorize and adapt to new information that comes through so that I can play the game to my max capacity. And then I see something like something fell nearby that you said I should have paid attention to. I don't remember it at all. Like, it didn't happen in my brain whatsoever. It was after you examined the hangman. I don't remember examining the hangman. Instead of looking, you went into looking at hangman again. Also, there's A. If I press A, there says 0 of 26. But when I press A, nothing happens. So I don't know what 0 of 26 is. There's probably 26 letters in hangman that I'm going to find in these various destinations. And they're going to help me solve the puzzle, the hangman puzzle. Oh, and here we go. I should probably pause until the people in the cheap seats in Twitch come back from their ad break to make sure. Whoa, I just pulled up my own stream on my phone. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I don't want anybody in the cheap seats in Twitch to miss out just because they cannot add skip. So I'll delay just a little bit and make sure that everybody's caught up. What I'm doing on my phone right now isn't just doom scrolling while we're all in the chat. It's just a little bit chilly in this room. I think the HVAC was set just a skosh bit too low. Yeah, I feel this is the frustrating part about being streamers. Like, yes, my ultimate goal is to be engaged with you all, and I have different goals than other streamers out there do. You know, some streamers are much more game focused. I'm much more community focused, and it does mean that there's some detrimental loss of what the heck was I doing in the game. But sometimes I feel like I lose too much, and I don't know how to accommodate for that. I don't know why certain things don't stay in my long-term memory. So I can press Z to open the headspace map. If I do, that's just the same map that we were just looking at, 0 of 26 in the bottom left corner. I know we came up from this place to get there. Now will the door open for me? The door, white dark has fade shadow. What would you like to do? Now I can open the door. So I needed the map first, and now we can get out. The game was not very clear about the fact that I needed the map in order to leave. But now we can leave. And then, my friends, it's right back where we first started, actually. Oh, they're coming to talk to me. And now the music seems demented. Was it always like this? Oh, Morty, thank goodness you're here. Have you seen Basil? We can't find him anywhere. We should go tell Maddie you're okay. She's been worried sick. Have I been gone for long? What? Okay, so we're all a group again. A tentacle is poking out of the ground. Yeah, we're in our funky world again. Anything changed? A single bean on a plate. A photo of someone familiar. Would you like to make toast? Yes. I made toast. You made toast. Neatly wrapped present, which I can't open. Fluffy pillow shaped like the head of a girl. That's super creepy. A blender. This all seems familiar. Baseball and a baseball bat. Homage to Mother. A cat-shaped hole. There's a movie on TV. 4 boys are walking on railroad tracks. Stand By Me? Is that right? Is that the reference? It's been long. I don't know if I've ever actually sat and watched Stand By Me. Do you all know the movie? Do you like it? Is it good? Is it worth it in 2025? If I were to watch it for the first time, would it be good? The snake says, waiting for something to happen. Oh, just like the kitty in White Space. Going out, Omori? I am. Wow, there's Stand By Me reference in Pokemon too. That makes me wonder, is the standby reference in Omori unique, or are they doing a reference to Pokemon, which is doing the reference? I feel like sometimes people see something that they think is really cool in like a previous game or a song or a movie, and like, oh, that's what a strange and abstract and interesting line. And then they take it as a derivative homage to that piece, and they never realized that in the piece that they're taking it from, it was already an homage to something else. So now we, instead of having like children derivative creative works, we also have like grandchildren creative derivative works. Or it's like, I don't know, I just like the sound. I recently watched a TikTok where that happened, where somebody was making fun of like a kid was listening to a song that, I don't know the name of the song, but he was listening to the song and it uses like this backbeat sort of sound. And then his like father is like, oh, you're listening to that? This is where it originally comes from. And he played, it was Gautier's Somebody I Used to Know. So I guess from my understanding, there's an artist who took the backbeat from Somebody I Used to Know and made a new song out of it. I just don't know who that is because I'm not that caught up on newer music. And he's like, oh no, that was Gautier first. And then there was like a grandpa that stepped in and they showed you where Gautier got it from. And it was like some 70s jazzy sort of mamba thing. Like, oh, it's not actually Gautier's work, first of all. It's my sort. It was this thing. It just makes me wonder, you know, where are people getting their inspiration from originally? Just Gen 1, this is probably a reference to that reference. Yeah. I think the Omori creators were actually referencing Pokemon. Going out, Omori? Here is your allowance for today. What's my allowance? What do I get? 200 clams! Hell yeah. Thanks for giving me free money. Why could I never talk to the big cat? We're gonna go straight south? Oh, hello? There's a letter A here. Is this part of my hangman thingy? A. Oh, pressing the letter A next to the A button here floating on the screen does not work. Enter? What's happening? We're entering the A world. Are we going to do this 26 times for every letter of the alphabet? 11 keys left. Oh, never mind. You only have to do this 12 times? Why do I have to do this with so few letters of the alphabet? Well, now I'm curious not to go south and see if the west, north, and east directions also have secret things for me to find. There's the spider web. You're afraid of spiders. Okay, so Omori still cannot go down these special paths. Let's just go south then. I think I'm going to get the same info from north and east too, is that Omori is just too scared to do the thing right now, and we're just going to go south. And we're going to see how many of the letters of the alphabet we can find going this way. It's the playground again. It told you the button that a button that opens the hangman menu. Oh, I think it was Z. That just opens up my map. And I see 1 of 26. Is it? Can I find it in one of these? Oh, poop. Options. Controls. Oh, maybe it's in here. Up, down, left, right, firm, cancel, run, tag, left button, and right button. Is it one of those? Left button. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. You just pressed it when the other stuff was happening before? Oh, this one? There it is. Wait, what button was that? How did I get there? V? Ew. Ew. That's an ugly key for it to be V. Collect the keys to fill in the blanks. Okay, so I got A in the grass near a stump. Oh, here we go. So here's all of our clues. But we only need 11? Interesting. Well, let's keep going. Oh, hello. It's Marty, right? That's who this is, right? OMORI, you're okay. Big glomping hug. Does everybody else use the word glomp? Do you know what glomp means? Or is that just like a me and Oz thing? Don't worry me like that. I mean, I did like do some slicing that would probably worry all these kids if they saw. Where's Basil? He's not with you, OMORI? Uh-oh. No, I'm afraid not. The last thing I remember was sorting photos with Basil in his house. And next thing I know, I'm waking up in neighbor's room with Aubrey and Kel. That's a weird name for a place. Who's neighbor? At least we found you, OMORI. But I hope Basil is okay. Who's going to protect him if we're not there? Protect? Why do you need to protect him? Don't be such a downer, Aubrey. We'll fight Basil for sure. I did not expect that from Kel. You're absolutely right, Kel. It's at times like these when we got to stay positive. Why don't we go back to Basil's house? There might be something that we missed. That's the spirit, hero. And as always, I'll be here if you need me. Okay, I think that means we're going to get a free heal. We do this. Like this, or I guess we don't need to heal. Just save. I reserve Glomp usually for funnies or ironic use, but like how? So for Oz and myself, hey, what's up? Sofa, dog. I think I've used Glomp a solid 2 times in my life. For Oz and me, when we use the word Glomp, we mean like, let's say you see like your favorite person, either person you're dating or married to, or like just a best friend or a sibling that you really, really like. And you like run at them instead of just giving them like a big hug or a kiss or whatever. You like full on wrap your legs around them and arms around them, and you make them like almost fall over. Like they can hardly hold you up. Or if they're stronger than you and bigger than you, then they are like holding you off the ground. That's like a full glomp. Just like you're enveloping them with your entire being, however much being you have to envelop with. And you're not just saying like, I like you. You're saying like, oh, I'm excited about you. That kind of thing. I don't know how, but I have. What the fuck did I just click on? Oh, we're just talking about the word glomp. Have you ever glomped on anybody? And if you have, what does glomp mean? We don't need candy. All right, let's say hi to some of the people. Hello? I'm going to swing to the moon. Oh, you do that. Why don't you? In here? Huh? Basil's missing again. It wasn't me this time, I promise. Now leave me alone to repent. Oh, poor guy. Wanted alive. Wait, this used to say boss. Wanted alive. Pluto. aka the 9th planet of the solar system. Not anymore. No reward. Sorry. I'm sorry. You're a dwarf planet now. That's just how the scientific consensus is now. Thank you for the lurk, Jam. Oh, you're having a good... I'm sorry. You stayed all this time. Thank you for the conversation. Actually, I know maybe you wanted to stay for OMORI, but instead we had what I saw as like a very valid and good conversation. And I super appreciate the content. And thank you. This type of chat fulfills me in ways that I can't explain. I know it sounds dumb. A lot of other people will be like, why does D like talking about Sopes for so long? But it was very meaningful to me. I really appreciate you. Thanks for being here. All right. What does this guy have to say? Come on, Van. Put your head into it. I think Van is. Oh, the little guy is saying that. And Van is the big person, and they actually are doing that thing. Nose is my best friend. She can't see much, but she's really smart. I feel like the same. Nose looks occupied. Okay. Nose is just going to keep doing that. These people all feel like they're saying the same thing. I like puzzles. Yeah, they're all saying the same sort of thing. Wait, you're new. And you've got ... So maybe there's something new to be heard from you? Let's find out. Daisy. I want to give flowers to somebody, but he's only interested in puzzles. Oh, say, okay, so I know who. If only I could find a flower puzzle or something. Maybe then he would notice me. We haven't found a flower puzzle yet. So it can't help you out just yet. There's a weird floating mirror or something in the middle. That's weird. Hello, friends. Hi. What are you? Jack in the Box and you're hiding. Joker does. Peekaboo. Okay. That's lovely. I love it. Having fun is fun enough for me. Hop and hop and hop and hop. Okay. And then you. Okay. Great. Lovely. I love it. What is this? A yo-yo. And then you got these two. Oh, is that a banana? Eternal banana, apparently. And these guys are working out, right? Tonight's a perfect night for stargazing. The grass sure feels nice here. Want to join us, OMORI? Yes. What are we going to do? Oh, we're just gazing at the stars. Stars shine brightly overhead. You don't have a care in the world. Well, I'm glad I did that. I sure do like having no cares. Yes. Hello, valued customer. Welcome to my shop. Please buy something. Okay, we have 200 clams. No, we have 300 clams now. Present. It's not what you wanted. Inflicts anger on a friend or foe. I'm okay. I'm gonna stay off of this for the time being. Have you know I don't appreciate window shoppers? Yeah, well, whatever. Which part are you on? I don't know. I'm pretty near the beginning. We walked through a creepy house with a mom leaving sticky notes everywhere. This is our second time in this sort of like dreamy, beautiful world. And that's all I know. I don't know a whole lot. If they were having fun with it, I doubt Jam would have kept up the discussion for so long. True. My biggest fear, and this has only happened once, but my biggest fear is that I find somebody that I feel like I intellectually really want to have a deeper discussion about a topic with, and they just nope out of stream. I shouldn't be afraid of that. If you start down a path with me and you decide, oh, I really don't like the way D and I communicate, and you just leave or you just close the window, I should be fine with that because that's a choice people should be allowed to make. But it happened once, and I was like, ugh. I felt sour about it. What game is it? We're playing OMORI. I've never played this before, so please no spoilers. Thank you. Yeah, somebody came into my stream. I forget what we were talking about. Something about like how cinema and media portrayed men versus women, and they they mentioned the idea that, or they teased the idea that all media was meant for, if there was ever a female ever presented in anything ever, that she was there for the male gaze, that she was planted there so men could obsess and ideate over, obsessing over her or objectify her. And I was like, I don't think that's like an everything rule. I don't feel like that's so ubiquitous. Like, I don't know about always. When you say always, I start to try to think of counterexamples. And they said, well, you need to read more of like blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, well, I don't like the appeal to, read a 500-page book or even like a 20-page dissertation from somebody. So I was like, hey, could you just like explain to me the points of this person's view? Could you help me understand it so I don't have to do the requisite reading to have a conversation with you? What I'd really like is if you feel the same way this researcher does, can you explain their view, which is now your view? Can you explain your view? And don't say, well, you need to read this shit before we talk. Because especially as a streamer, I'm not going to just like stop everything I do and read this book or read this dissertation. And they're just like, no, I don't want to engage with somebody who doesn't have the knowledge base on it or whatever. They just left. And I got mad. And then I think I flamed them for a while afterwards. And I even actually read the researcher that they were citing. And I did feel like it was a very narrow scope. Like it was somebody who decided that they felt very feminist and very antagonistic about certain portrayals of women. And they wanted to write a whole world view on media, on all movies, on all depiction of women in modern media as objectification and male gaze oriented, and really also in that regard, what's the word I'm looking for? Made all males the same. What's the word that is when you clump a bunch of people together and you say they're all the same way, they all think the same way? There's like I don't know. I forget the term. But basically this idea that if you made a certain female, that she should apply to all males in the same male gaze way. And I was like, males don't all have the same male gaze. That's impossible. And that's rude and really reductionist, right? To say that if you presented a certain female in media, that all male species would look at the piece of art in the same way, and they'd all feel the same resonance about that female being included in there. That's really reductionist and really rude. And I think I actually mentioned that before that person left, and then that might have been why that person partially why that person left. Yeah. What did you name your character? I named them after me. I don't know why I did it. I named them my name. Is that stupid? Why do I name characters after me? Then when stuff happens to the character, then I feel like I take it personally. Oh, it is a mirror for sure. What happened when we look in the mirror? A floating mirror. Everybody else seems super happy that it's a floating mirror. OMORI doesn't seem so happy. Your friends smile warmly behind you. Sure, but not OMORI. Why is that? Oh boy. Okay, the music changed. Train station, Pinwheel Forest, Basil's house. They said go to Basil's house, so I'm gonna follow the prompt. Butterfly. Damn, they don't give you sigh. I feel so bad when they don't do that. What's happening? Why is the one flower back here weird? What's happening here? That means Basil's not taking care of his gardens. These flowers, they're already dying. We should do our best to take care of them until Basil gets back. You know what that means. Grab the water. Would you like to water the plants? Hell yeah. Just go up here. Give it a little love. Green thumb, water plant back to life in Basil's garden. I just got a achievement. Well, that was easy. I feel like we're going to do this for everything that Basil's not loving on. Wait, these all look fine. Do we water these plants too, just in case? Yes, water the plants. A flower. A flower. Okay, you can only water plants that look sick. Never mind. I thought maybe it was just something we'd do to every flower bed because why not? But we have to look for places where they're not doing so hot. These all look fine. Some are red and some are pink, but none look sick. These ones, same answer. Some are pink, some are red, but we're not calling them dry or good or whatever. No backstating, right? I super appreciate it if you wouldn't. If you want to say stuff about like, I wouldn't talk too much about the game right now. Especially since I'm so early on. Flower? Why are they question marks? What if we water these? Anything happen? Super not. I'll tell you this. If you want to talk about any of the Mother games, Mother 1 through 3, or the game Undertale, which we just beat on stream before we started this, you're welcome to, because that's not going to spoil anything for me. We already played those. But I know nothing about Omori, so the less I gather, the better. They're not flowers, they're cacti, I suppose. Okay. We have another save point. Let's go ahead and save. We haven't fought at all, so, oops, so there's no reason to heal. What is this thing in the corner up here again? Do you want to have a picnic with your friends? I'm okay right now. I don't feel like I need to stop and do the picnic cutscene right this moment. The house is in this wood. Man, Basil's like really out of range from everything else. Things seem darker than they used to be here. Or is that just because it's in the trees and we're seeing the sunlight like filter through? Maybe. Oh, I've seen that thing before, and it left like a little black dot. Can we inspect the black spot in the middle of the floor? What's going on there?
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Do you think Basil just left somewhere without telling us?
I don't know. That doesn't sound like him. He's usually so considerate about these things. Guys, I'm really worried. Is there nothing we can do? What if we can't find him? What if he's in danger? Stay calm, Aubrey. I'm worried too, but that won't solve anything. Let's go look around the forest. Maybe he wandered off and got lost.
Yeah, cheer up, Aubrey. We'll find Basil.
You guys are right. Okay, we got to keep our hopes up.
Let's go look for Basil in the vast forest.
Oh, what a name. The vast forest. I feel like that means we're going to look forever. Wait, what about this thing? We can't. There's a little black smudge that's vexing. It's super weird that it's there, and we have no. We can't look at it for anything. Okay, we sneezed. Oh, what happened? We're fighting a monster because we searched the bookcase and there happens to be like a dust bunny here. Okay, let's just everybody just attack. It's fine, just attack. Dust bunny can't hold itself together and explodes. That's so much damage. 2 of our people are like super damaged as a result. Wait, we just won? Oh, it was like a self-destruct sort of thing. 36 experience, 5 clams. Well, now we're gonna have to go get ourselves healed. How much you want to bet we have random encounters now too? Oh shit, can you not go up this way? Dust jump scare. A little bit. Like I thought it was, oh, that's cute. You know, wait, what the? Oh, you go down. I'm so stupid. I thought you have to leave upwards out of the room. You can't. You have to go down. Oh man, if we have another random fight here. 2 of our people are like at half health right now. Marty, I need your picnic. I need your candy. Oh, sweet, delicious fruits. Way better. You and your friends feel like new. That sounded very like Mario or Banjo-Kazooie. Okay, we'll save. I don't feel like I was scared by the dust, but I was definitely surprised that it was going to turn into a fight. Where's our like menu, our map button? Now I don't feel like we can get one. Shrouded old bridge, 2 giant pinwheels, cast off cartridge, wet pillow, large frame. I don't feel like we've passed any of these yet. Spending time with the frog, game of roulette, other O's, water closet, small moving room, end of a plank with a live show. So try to go to the well. End of a map? Field of snow. Past the end of the road. I don't think we've discovered any of those places just yet. I hope not. But I also feel once you've opened up one random encounter monster, even if it's like triggered through or just like touching a bookshelf, then it should open the rest of the map to random encounters as well. I should be fighting random monsters while I'm walking through here. Right? I feel like that makes sense. But this game has very, very few fights. So when fights happen, I feel like I'm not really like learning the ropes of how to fight, if that makes sense. It's truly a 2:33 a.m. Omori moment. What does it mean? It's truly a 2:33 a.m. type of game. I won't argue with you there. Oh, vast forest. We found it. What do you know? We found the right place. We just went to the right. I had no idea that we were going in the right direction. But I see a little rabbite, so now I feel like we're in Secret of Mana. 100%. Thanks for giving us the flyby of the entire map here. There's another rabbite. I don't know if that's their names. That's the Secret of Mana first enemy you ever fight. They're little, like, rabbit circular thing. Basil! Basil, where are you? I know. I bet my pet rock will know what to do. Yeah? Toss it. Hector, be a good boy. Go find Basil. What a name for a pet rock. Go, pet rock. Hector, ... Good job. Your pet rock don't do the thing you think it do. You tried your best, buddy. That's cute. That's very cute. Aubrey, come on. This is no time to fool around, Kel. Hey, why you? Hector was just trying to help. Let it go, you two. We need to keep ourselves focused. Okay, and now we're back together again. I love the art style of this game. Honestly, the art style is very compelling. They do such a good job with the sort of minimal art. I feel like this is something that Undertale tackles in its own sort of way. It's a real minimalist kind of game, and it feels very homebrew. But at the same time, because of how disparate like all the monsters look from each other, and how minimalist the color palettes and detail on the world build are, Undertale feels like what it is, a single person's passion project. Did not know sprite art at all, and basically like learned it to make a game happen. Whereas this game's sprite art feels like they know what sprite art should look like and did a great job putting it together into a cohesive world. This isn't like a AAA game studio quality of art, but it's good for what it is, if that makes sense. The OST in this game slaps. I feel like Undertale's music was better, but Omori's music is also very well polished too. I kind of love everything based on the fact that it's my favorite game, but it's good. That's fair. That's fair. Technically, this whole area is called the Vast Forest, the playground, and Basil's house included. Oh, gotcha. But I only saw the splash when we moved here. I'm actually pretty sure the development of Undertale and Omori were fairly similar, like a one to two person endeavor. Except a lot of the people thought Omori was a scam at one point. Was it like one of those where they did like a GoFundMe and a bunch of people were afraid that they were going to put money into vaporware? Basically, they were gonna say, okay, well, I pledge my $20 or whatever, and then you get like 1,000 people to do that, And then that person's just like, hey, I got your money now. No game for you. Or I got bored. I don't want to do this anymore. And I got a bunch of money and I'm done. Sort of that kind of scam. OMORI was a web comic, I think, before it started development. Oh, that's smart. That's actually very smart. Got the world build going on. You get introduced to the characters and the vibe and everything. You sort of understand what the person's creative direction is. And so you could buy into the idea of what a game might be like, even though they haven't made the game yet. I think that's good. I think that's a good idea. The lead dev is also a full-time artist, I think. Ugh. It's going to be really hard. One, I understand why the art looks as good as it does for a game like this. Like, it's minimalist and it's lo-fi, but it's also polished and like minimal color palette, but works, you know? It doesn't feel janky in any way. And that's probably part of it. But I also can imagine if you're working full-time, how do you develop a game in your spare time? Kickstarter, and it kept getting delayed. Oh, that's rough. Can you imagine being somebody who has to put a delay in because you're trying to pay the bills and like keep your day job going, but you want this game out? And so you have to tell people, hey, this milestone that I said was super going to come out in June. Now it's going to be like December. How do you keep people's hopes up, or that how do you get people to believe you? Ugh. Yeah, that's rough. I mean, obviously it wasn't a scam, but how do you tell people you're not a scam? Two types of people will tell you, hey guys, this isn't a scam. One, legit business people that want to actually make a game for you. And two, scam artists. They'll both say, this isn't a scam. So how do you prove that? How do you make sure that people believe you? Undertale music is really cool because it uses in-between notes in a lot of them. I've seen videos on it. In-between notes? I'm not sure I understand. Forget what those are called. Off-beat? Oh, like, like 4/4 measure and then you do things off the beat? Is that the in-between notes thing? It's supposed to come out in 2016, but it came out in 2020. Oh, that's a lot of delay. Yeah. Upbeat? Yeah, upbeat is that same sort. Offbeat, I think, is generally not a term in music. It's more a term for somebody who's like weird. But yes, upbeat is when you have like 4/4 time and you play between the fours. So if you counted like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, you would hit on an and, right? Instead of the numbers. That's upbeat. Ska is usually played on upbeats. The guitar. The drum would be played on the downbeat, and the guitar would be played on the upbeat for like third wave ska. Yeah. Undertale's OST is inspired heavily by Toho OST, and if you look at my profile picture, you should be able to tell my opinion on it. Can I do that? Does my... oh, I clicked out of the game. I'm sorry. I don't have a way to do that right now. I believe you, though. Microtones? So microtones would be notes that are generally not in the standard scale. So if you think about a piano, if you played from like C to high C in a scale, and you played the black notes too, you'd have C, C sharp, D, D sharp. Microtones would generally be notes that are between the keys in a piano keyboard. So between C and C sharp, you might be able to like sing a note that's somewhere between the two. A lot of like Indian, especially Indian classical music, uses those microtones that are between those big notes. Yeah. Not stuff you can play on a regular piano. Yeah, that would be microtonal. Mr. Parrot says, squack. Pitmo Forest. Oh, thank you. Squack, crack. Foggy Bridge. Okay, I think I probably need both of those. We're going to fight this bunny. I feel like we're going to fight the bunny. If this is a secret of mana. Oh, yeah, we're fighting bunnies. I disagree with the bunny being here. Let's get rid of the bunny first. Oh, bunny hurts. Why? Everything's moving so fast. Maybe I should lower the speed of combat, but I'm unable to do all of these like supportive moves. Okay, the bunny's gone. Well, let's fight this mole too. We fought these guys before though. I see all these like extra things that pop up per round. Oh, okay. You can only do that with certain people at certain times. You can do better than that. I'll show you. Oh, they're fighting. Oh, cool. Aubrey just got angry. So she can use that to do more damage next round, right? Oh, but this guy's going to die like real fast right now. Oh, we lost so much health. My favorite songs in this game are My Time and World's End Valentine. Okay. Do we have out of combat heals? I feel like we should. Sad poem, guard, observe, stab, definitely not. You, pep talk, that makes somebody happy. One of you has them. Make friend or foe angry, of course you do. Of course you do. Maybe it's just hero. Is a friend for 75% of their heart.
You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
You do realize it's 18 to 4. I do. I know. I started late. I wanted to give. And also, we didn't play this game for very, very long time. Yeah. Any work in the morning. I'm aware. We're not going to go past 4, for sure. I know it's not optimal. Cook, guard, and massage. Oh, that just removes an emotion. The 75%, it's good, but it costs a lot. World's End Valentine. Oh, is a spoiler, but my time was just... Oh, my time was just a trailer song, so you should listen to that one if you don't want to be spoiled. Thank you. Oh, well. You're going to hate yourself. I think tomorrow won't be terrible, but I don't think it'll be great. I know it's not optimal. But I do just want to round out the end of this hour. Yeah, I'm aware. Also, being the time that it is, what are you still doing awake? If one of us is going to be sleepy, it should just be one of us. You can't sleep? Not terrific. Maybe Hero should at least heal Hero. Because 16 of 43 is not terrific. Use on you. There we go. Still got a couple more heals under the belt. Big fan of Bo End's music. His other stuff is great. Is that who did Omori? Okay, you cannot interact with these pinwheels. You can get all the way around it though. I know there's more bunnies. I saw them in the flyover. Let's go up this way. Oh. Hello, little mole. Oh, there's 2 of you. All right, we kill the angry mole first. Did I get trip in time? I don't think I did. Oh, maybe I did. Yeah, these things pop up with Oh! Kel is almost dead. How did that happen? I don't appreciate that at all. This angry mole be heavy lifting. Okay. Angry mole's gone. How do I know? Oh, just fight. Yeah. Fight that mole. Fight that mole. Fight that mole. You use cook on Kel because 1 health out of 40. Please do not kill Kel. Oh my goodness. Oh, why is everybody taking so much damage? Okay, he did too. Jeez. Am I gonna need to... Maybe I need to do a little bit of grinding? I feel like I need to do a little bit of grinding because I have 2 people that's taken a lot of damage in just 2 fights. Artist of My Time in particular. Okay, I know you made a few songs in the soundtrack, but everything else was done by one other person. If Omori dies, it's game over, so don't let him die. Thank you. That's good to know. What lovely thing I know is that we're not so far away from The picnic. Where's the picnic? I don't want to go all the way through the forest. I could just go straight up into the playground and get heals here. Yeah, I shouldn't need to go all the way south. Yes, I'll have some of your nutritious candy. The heal little sting is weird. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay. The keys are different, or I set up the keys different from Undertale, so I'm still learning what's forward and what's back out. All right. Do the monsters respawn when we do this? The bunny is back again. Oh yeah, they come for you. Look at that. You can't really escape these fights. I suppose you can run, but I want the experience. I want to be able to be stronger. I hit trip, so I hope that works. Oh, trips, yeah. Do extra damage. Can you only do one team up per round? Is that why I see the team ups, but they're ineligible? Perhaps. Well, Bunny's gone. Maybe one per round. And Omori already used theirs. But Kel should have one. Ew. Look at Omori. What happens then? Dot. Literally nothing happened. Omori didn't know. Oh, Omori didn't notice Aubrey, so she attacked again. So even when you use Omori and it seems like it wasn't worth your while, it was still worth your while. I'm kind of nocturnal. I wake up at 5 p.m. and go to bed at 7 a.m. At 5 p.m. That's not... I mean, that's fine. I think as long as you got vitamin D. Also, we did research. Kit, I have to shout out for this particular component. We were talking about vitamin D the other day and how, like, you probably need to be out in sunlight to get your vitamin D. Otherwise, you know, you're boned. Your bones. You'll get rickets or some like really bad health issues for not having sunlight. But apparently, if you just do store-bought vitamin D, like take vitamin D supplements, it's not terrible. You can just do that instead of the sunlight. The only caveat is, like, going to a store and buying vitamin D supplements costs time. It costs gas money. It costs the cost of the vitamin D supplement. And then you have to take it. Whereas as long as your skin doesn't have any health detriments that stop it from making its own vitamin D, and as long as you live in an area that gets regular sunlight, some places are just really stormy or overcast and you just never see the sun. As long as you're getting good sunlight consistently, then you get reasonable vitamin D. Unless you work like graveyard shifts or you're just up all night and everything, then it's a lot harder. The window for getting D is more difficult. Although you don't need to actually be in direct sunlight for incredibly long to get the amount of vitamin D you need in the course of a day. I've read literature that said something around 15 minutes a day is plenty direct sunlight for your body to make its own vitamin D if it's healthily able to do so. So even nocturnal people could probably make it happen. Love how early on the combat in the game is just enter. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like how the mother games are too. I did research. You did, and you super helped. I very much appreciate it because this is exactly the place where I had a bunch of information shoved down my throat most of my life. And I'm learning only in the last like 5 years that I was either misled or misunderstood or, you know, taught old and outdated material. And we've learned a lot since. And I could really use some levels up because I feel like I want to be a resource for you guys, especially in terms of diet, biomechanics, biophysics, and all that sort of thing. Like, I want to know this world well. I want to be able to describe it on the chemical level so that if your body is failing in some way and there are things that you can do, lifestyle changes that you can make, I'd want to be able to tell you the right things. And I feel like I'm not where I thought I was in that regard. If that makes sense. The extra attacks you do rely on energy. Oh, gotcha. The 3 energy per follow-up ability. Gotcha. So I have to wait for that to build up. You should be using sunscreen, otherwise it also costs gas and money. That's true. And sunscreen can block out some of the vitamin D, right? I do a briefly back. No problem. I'm close to ending stream because I do need sleep before tomorrow's work shift. Teddy wants a banana split, but no bananas or caramel topping. Caramel topping, I should say. Come at me, bro. So he goes to the people places. Gotcha. He's going to get the stuffs, and then you're going to do the good stuff, the fun stuff, the tasty stuff. If I ever figure out what the hell is wrong with me, I'll give you an earful. I think some of the things that are wrong with you, though, are not like, and you change this with your diet, and you're fixed, right? Sun damage ain't no joke. Yeah, I'd rather not get skin cancer. I would rather not have that and get my vitamin D through other sources. But if I was going to have vitamin D, I'd probably not want to pay for it. There's got to be a fine balance you can take. How to generate free vitamin D. Wow. Oh my gosh. Why is everybody taking so much damage? Stupid bunnies. How do you get free vitamin D from the sun while not getting yourself killed or risking your health dramatically? I forget if you lose a turn if you attack something that's already toasted. Wait, maybe you do. Aubrey? Does Aubrey get to fight? Oh, she does. Okay, so if something dies, a character will redirect their attack to something else on the screen. Get that mole. Oh yeah, the mole's got. If it were diet, this would be over by now. I haven't asked this because I know you very much enjoy tasty foods that aren't necessarily dietarily careful or cautious. But are you also like, do you eat healthy stuff too to like, mitigate certain health needs? I don't know how you feel about like healthy foods. We always talk about indulgent foods. Mushrooms, vitamin D of the much. Do mushrooms have good vitamin D? I don't know about that. The answer is fungus. Apparently. Yeah, I didn't know that about mushrooms. I never thought about what has vitamin D. The only thing I know about vitamin D is there are some foods that are fortified in it. Like, I know the US fortifies milk. Kel grew to level 4 and learned rebound. What's rebound? Apparently everybody's getting level 4 though. Can we first see what rebound is? Deals damage to all foes. Oh yeah. Just costs some juice. But that's fine. Can we do some healy dealies? Cook for Aubrey's almost dead. And I'm almost dead. Oh good. And it didn't completely fill our health bars. Crap. By the time it is, maybe I should probably go back and save. I did want to get further in this game, didn't I? I did. It was great chatting, though. Honestly, if I had tonight to do all over again, would I prioritize gameplay over chat? Never. I know it can be frustrating, and I know some of you are like, we really wanted to see further progress in OMORI. I want to get further in this game. But if chat be poppin', I always want to prioritize having good chat versus getting through a game fast. Wait, what's going on here? Why are you guys upset with each other? What's going on? Grandma. Hey, Van, is something wrong with Burley? She seems a little upset. Oh, about that. Well, you see... Yeah?
Let me explain. Look at this pole.
Oh, the ball's gone.
Can you believe it?
Oh, I think it's in the Van's back. Is that right?
What are we looking at?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Exactly. The tetherball is missing. Van here used his arms and swung too hard, and now the ball's gone far off somewhere. That's not in Van's back. Never to be seen again. I told you not to use your arms, Van. You gotta use your head. Like this.
Oh, you're mad at Van. You're mad. Sorry, Burley. Using my head all the time gives me a headache.
That's because you don't have a hard head like I do.
Okay, Burley. Oh, something just hit me. I'm sure I saw the ball flying off somewhere in that direction.
The south? Okay. Into the vast forest? Ugh. We'll never find it now. It might as well be lost forever.
I guess we got a side quest.
Hey, don't sweat it, Burley. We'll look for the ball for you. You sure you want to do that? Fast forest is a pretty dangerous place, you know.
I know. I keep getting crazy damage there. I don't have a lot of heal juice either.
One time, I even got into a super grisly brawl with this ugly plant creature with dead, empty eyes and a gaping mouth. I outwitted it, of course, being cool and smart and all. There's no monster in all of the universe that can outrun me.
Lovely. Say, Omori, why don't you and your friends go with Burley and keep her out of trouble? I'd go myself, but...
Van... Wait, who's happy?
Browse ran over Bangs again.
Okay, bye.
Oh, geez, there's my cue. I'm coming, Happy. Be safe out there, you guys. I'll see you when you get back.
Okay, we're doing an escort quest with Burley when we come back into the game. Come on, Burley, let's go find your lost ball. We don't have anything to worry about as long as we're together. Sure, just don't get in my way when I show off my totally amazing headbutt skills. Ugh. Let's just get this over with.
Burley joined your party. Hey, now we're 5 people? Or we're 4 people and a deadbeat, maybe. Okay. Did we already eat the candy? We'll eat some more. Okay. We feel like now. And we'll save. And we'll call it a night. And next time, we'll help Burley out.
The Teddy is a health fanatic, so we balance each other out. And yeah, when my colitis was a big problem, diet was the route I took to getting it more manageable. I do balance my foods, but I'm 100% a fan of decadent snacks.
Okay, I like that.
I can respect that. My fridge is mostly fresh food. Another perk of cooking at home so much is being able to more closely monitor things like levels of fats, like butter. True, right? Like that's the one thing people caution about. If you had the means and you could go out to eat all the time, you don't actually have control of the amount of salt, sugar, oil, and other fats that they put in your food to just make it happen and make it happen fast. And so while things might be tasty, you might be getting a really negative health experience out of the end product. And some of it might be subtle, like you wouldn't notice or think to ask. Well, even if you asked, you know, some of that stuff is just like, it's done on the fly by the line cooks. They just do whatever it does to make things happen fast and easy. And so you could end up with eventual health problems from relying on other people making your food, because they're just going to do it not sustainably, but just like what works best for their job, because it is a job to them. If they're store-bought, they use a process with UV light that causes the mushrooms to develop a natural chemical that converts into D2. Oh, nice. Natural mushrooms are fully loaded as is. Pretty cool. I respect that. I didn't think, because some fungus, I don't know if that's true for the type of mushrooms that we consider edible, but some fungus like dies in direct light, right? Sunlight shown on certain types of fungus kills, whereas I guess other types of fungus survive. We have in our backyard some tree stumps, and they are dying, being eaten by fungus, and they're in direct sunlight. So those mushrooms or fungi or whatever, they they're doing a fine time in direct sunlight. I don't know how that all works out. Or maybe it's the substrata of fungi that as long as it's underground, it's fine. But if that was ever exposed to light, it would die. Something like that, right? Okay. I got to call it quits. I have so few hours before I actually have to wake up and be cognizant for tomorrow's day at work. So I'm going to bounce out now. We will raid out to somebody on Twitch. We will not raid somebody on any of the other platforms. So if you're watching on Trovo, Kick, or YouTube, I'm saying goodbye to you now, and we're cutting out imminently with no person to raid to. We're just cutting the stream. Although I don't know how to raid on Trovo or Kick anyway, so that's just how it is. YouTube, I don't know who to raid out to, so that's how that is. So if you've been watching on one of those streams, here's my goodbye to you now. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. And if you created a creature on this planet by putting... Oh crap, Twitch has gone an ad break. If you have helped create a creature on this planet and you were not the person carrying that child to term, and maybe you're of the male variety and somebody might call you dad or father, I think today is a day in which somebody should say, if it wasn't your family, at least me, say Happy Father's Day, at least in the US. I don't know if it's Father's Day in other countries, but in the US, Happy Father's Day to you for those of you who are fathers or surrogate or stand-in, whatever you happen to be. Yeah, love your faces. I'll see you all again in a few days for D's Discourse on Wednesday. All my streams start at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, except tonight where I started almost an hour late because I was just late to get into stream. I will see you all in the next one in a few days. Love your faces. Cyberstalk me in the meantime and help me grow as a content creator, as a real business. I'll catch you all in the next one. Bye. Oh yeah, and Twitch folks, hang out because we will find somebody to raid out to, but I will raid and run as far as the Twitch folks go. Yeah, everybody else, goodbye.